It is the limb dolls. I mean, and then he calls you a fruit.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome to the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show presented by Age Rejuvenation. We're live here at the Walk-Ons in Wesley Chapel. I'm Scott Reynolds from Pewter Report. Alongside me is JC Allen from Pewter Report. We had a big show for you as always. This is going to be a really interesting week, JC,
yes,
because almost like a preseason game, we might see everybody on this roster play some offense and defense today, which will be exciting. Why? Because the Buccaneers, of course, have clinched the NFC South Division Championship. Their playoff positioning is already set. They're locked into the number 4 seed. We'll find out later tonight if they're going to be playing the Cowboys or the Eagles, JC.
Right, and obviously history of both of these two teams last year and this year. They opened up the season against the Cowboys last year in the wild card round. They faced the Eagles last year and actually beat them. So these two teams have had some history playing each other. So it's going to be really interesting to see what the Bucs do with this game and how much they treat this as a must-win game, or because there's so much, they have the playoff spot locked up, but they want the winning record too.
They do.
So how much they play in this game and then what happens later tonight will determine a lot of things going forward.
That's right. And we'll see how this game progresses. If the Buccaneers can jump out on top of the Falcons, we might see them rest some of their starters. Tom Brady's expected to start this game. I would imagine he'd be one of the first guys off the field once they get to that. Let's get to the fact that we're here at Walk-Ons. They just opened up at 11 o'clock. There's a huge slate of NFL games, not just this 1 o'clock Bucs-Falcons game. They're going to have all of the games here today, including a couple of big ones this afternoon. You've got the Washington Commanders versus the Dallas Cowboys. That's a big game. Then you also have the fact that the Eagles are playing the Giants, and those two games will determine which team the Bucs will face. And what I'm hearing, and this is not set in stone, but what I'm hearing is whoever the Bucs play at Raymond James Stadium in the first round of the wild card playoffs will be the Monday night game.
Ooh, Monday Night Football.
Yeah, so that
Peyton and Eli.
Yeah. So they've got this Monday night wild card game, and the Buccaneers probably against the Cowboys. That might be the matchup there, so we'll see. But as we mentioned, we're here at the Walk-Ons in Wesley Chapel. We don't know who they're going to play. We don't know what time that game's going to be and when it's going to be next week, but we'll be at the Midtown Tampa location for Walk-Ons next week. There's the addresses right there. We want you to come out and join us today at the Walk-Ons in Wesley Chapel. Why? TVs galore, great game day food, and also they've got some Miller Lite pints for $3.99. The 22-ounce pours are $5.49. If you like Blue Moon, they got Blue Moon pints for $5. 22-ounce pours for $7. So some great food, great TVs, great drink specials. And JC, you and I live close to this Walk-Ons here in Wesley Chapel.
Oh, yeah.
This is the place to be on Tuesdays. They have all-day happy hour, food and drink specials on Tuesdays. So if you're coming to Walk-Ons on not a game day, if you're coming on Tuesdays, you'll probably see me here. I don't know about you, Jason.
Yeah, this is one of my family's go-to spots. The food is great. The atmosphere is great. The self-pour station that they have.
Yeah.
We got 2 self-pour tables where you just plug in, fill your own drafts up, which is nice. And today, I mean, they're actually, you never know what's going on. Today, they're actually doing even more promotional stuff than the normal stuff. If you buy a Miller Lite ticket, they're giving you a raffle ticket into a chance to win next week. 2 tickets to next week's game. So you definitely want to get down here. They're also raffling off some Devin White photos for next week as well.
I think an autographed jersey too.
So come down here and watch. If you're local, if you're not local, get on here. There's plenty of time before game time to take advantage of the great food specials and the great giveaway raffles that they're doing here at Wesley Chapel Walk-Ons.
Yeah, and Devin White's a part owner of this location too. So you're supporting one of your favorite linebackers there. We're going to be here till 12:15 today. And then we're going to throw it over to Matt Matera, who's going to be on with Josh Capo, taking you the last 45 minutes up until Pewter GameDay, which starts at 1 o'clock. So Matt will be your host as he watches the Bucs game along with you, 1 o'clock. This is Week 18 in Atlanta. The Buccaneers want this game. The Falcons going nowhere fast again. Will Arthur Smith survive this? We know Arthur Blank, the owner, is very impatient.
Yes.
It just doesn't seem like this Falcons franchise. If they win today, they'll have 7 wins. That matches their win total from I believe a year ago. They had 6 wins. They'll be regressing a little bit. So I just don't know what's going to happen.
I'll tell you one thing, Arthur Blank isn't patient, is getting down on the field in the Super Bowl before they lose it 28-3. Never forget.
That's right. And speaking of that Super Bowl, that was a Tom Brady Falcons Super Bowl, and Tom Brady beat the Falcons. Of course, he's undefeated, a perfect 11-0 as the starter whenever he plays the Falcons, whether it's with the Buccaneers or with the Patriots. Yes. So looks like Tom wants to make it 12 in a row here. We got some injury news to talk about from the Buccaneers. We talked about some of the players who are playing, like Tom Brady today. He'll be having a new left tackle. Brandon Walton will be playing left tackle today. And why is that, JC? Let's talk about the injuries and who's not playing today.
So some of the bigger injuries out. Donovan Smith is going to be out. Now, he's been battling a foot injury. Played through it last week, but the 2 games prior, he was not there. We know he still hasn't been 100% from that elbow injury he suffered against the Cowboys. So he's been banged up. They're going to take precaution this week and have him sit, which means Brandon Walton will enter the lineup. Carlton Davis and Carl Nassib are going to miss their 3rd straight game at this point now. Carl's dealing with, well, they're both Carl technically, but Carl Nassib is dealing with the pectoral muscle, and Carlton Davis is dealing with the shoulder. They did have some participation in practice this week. Carl Nassib did, but just not enough to go.
Yep.
And then a surprising kind of came up this week. It was Logan Ryan, who's dealing with a knee injury. They're going to err on the side of caution again. You know, he did get banged up earlier this year, was placed on IR. So they're all locked up. These are the guys. If you're injured, you're going to be sitting. Yes. If you're hurt, you're going to be playing, is pretty much was the message. And another guy who's trying to get back to 100% is Vita Vea, who's out with a calf injury. He did not participate in Friday's practice. So those guys are going to be out, but there's a few that are questionable as well. Jamel Dean, hats off to Jamel Dean for going out there last week in the locker room, noticeably limping, noticeably hurt. You could tell, but he played a heck of a game last week. He's going to be questionable this week. Mike Edwards, who's still been dealing with that hamstring injury and that lingering hip injury that's kind of popped up throughout his career. Right. He's going to be a questionable game time decision. And Julio Jones, who missed last week, is dealing with a knee and that kind of like an illness that's been going around the locker room here. So he's going to be questionable too. I think Dean, Edwards, and Jones go. If I had to say one of those 3 sits out, it's probably going to be Dean. Because look at this Falcons team doesn't pass the ball very well.
Anyways, they don't. They're going to come out and run the ball. That's what they do. They've got a rookie quarterback in Desmond Ridder, and so I agree with you. I think they're going to be very run focused today. You've got Tyler Algier, rookie running back, who's rushed for 900 yards this year. Ridder, who has not completed a pass more than 26 yards. A lot of his stuff has been short, and they want to get rid of the ball quickly and run the ball against the Buccaneers today. That's kind of been their script this whole time.
Yeah. So, and with those 5 guys out, I mean, there's only 2 more spots for the inactive list, and we already heard that Kyle Trask should be dressing today, so we could get a look at Kyle Trask. And on the opposite side of the injury report, Felipe Franks, the battle of the former Florida quarterbacks. He's dealing with a concussion. He was a limited participant. He's not been ruled out, but we'll see. Elijah Wilkerson, one of their offensive linemen, has been ruled out. Avery Williamson, my draft crush a few years ago, has been lighting it up as a returner in the special teams department. He was a full participation. Looks like he's going to go. And he ripped off some runs against them back in week 5 as well.
Yeah, I liked Avery Williams as well.
He was awesome. I think it was one of our draft
player to watch. Yeah, he can do it all.
Running back, DB, special teams, kick returner, you name it.
He's a football player.
He's a football player.
Definitely fun to watch. What's fun to drink is Celsius. Folks.
Oh, yeah.
If you have not had the opportunity to drink a Celsius yet, folks, you're missing out. Celsius is the official energy drink of Pewter Report. They've got a new flavor coming out. It was teased, And I think it's going to make its debut next week. So look for that on Celsius's social media and also on Celsius.com. But the most recent flavor is Arctic Vibe. I had a tropical vibe this morning and loved it. And Celsius has replaced coffee for me as my go-to drink in the mornings. It doesn't upset my stomach like coffee can. And it gives me all the energy I need without the sugar crash 3 or 4 hours later. And why is that? Because there's no sugar. There's no preservatives, no sugar. It's a healthy energy drink for you. It's the official energy drink of Pewter Report and the title sponsor of the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show. Where can you find this tasty energy drink that's packed with 7 essential vitamins? Well, go on Celsius.com, click on the store locator, type in your address, and you'll find all these convenience stores, grocery stores, health and fitness
everywhere
stores,
now.
Bodegas, as Matt Matera would say. It is everywhere. And it's being distributed by Pepsi, so they're reaching more cities and towns all across this country. And what we want you to do is once you find the flavors you like, go to Amazon.com, buy them in bulk, use the subscribe and save option. And JC, they're going to send them right to your house or apartment. It's the quickest, easiest, best way to get Celsius delivered right to your door. And you can save money, again, with the subscribe and save. I have Celsius coming about every 2 or 3 weeks. I even send some out to my daughter, Ellie, at Kansas State. And it's so easy to just drop ship cases of Celsius to yourself or to loved ones in and around your community. And we just want you to make sure that you're drinking Celsius. Again, a new flavor of Celsius coming early 2023, so be on the lookout for that. Again, we're here at the Walk-Ons in Wesley Chapel, where we've got Celsius. It's a fantastic energy drink. Age Rejuvenation is the presenting sponsor. John Gilmore, former Bucs tight end, is here. We're going to be talking about Age Rejuvenation a little bit as well. But we want to make sure that you get into the Walk-Ons and watch the game today, whether it's at the Midtown Tampa location or up here with us at the Wesley Chapel location. Again, Miller Lite pints, $3.99. 22-ounce pours, $5.49. If you like Blue Moon, they got them for $5 for the pints, and 22-ounce pours for $7. And as I mentioned, John Gilmore, former Bucs tight end, is here. Happy New Year, John. How are you doing?
Happy New Year, man. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I guess I haven't seen you in a little while. Huh?
Yeah. Well, last time we saw each other, we weren't sure what these Buccaneers were going to do. These crazy Cats ended up winning the NFC South. They beat the Cats. They beat the Carolina Panthers 30-24 last week, and another Brady-led comeback. What was your thoughts on that game before we dive into this Bucs-Falcons game in Week 18?
Well, look, I think we would all agree it was nice to see them get some momentum back in that passing game. We haven't seen that out of the Bucs yet this season, man. That 400-yard type of game out of Tom Brady is what we expect to see. Obviously, our boy Mike Evans had a big one, got to the 1,000-yard mark, which we all know he was 80 yards away, and he crushed that with 200 yards, and then 120 yards out of Chris Godwin. Two of his go-to guys, his 1-2 punch. Very nice to see them get involved the way they did. You know, just seeing him deliver the ball, distribute the ball to different receivers. It was the type of offense that we haven't seen out of the Bucs so far this season.
Did the offense get fixed? Because as I was talking about in the Pewter Report podcast this week, what was different this week was Tom Brady decided, I'm going to hang in the pocket.
That's it. Yep.
Let some of these downfield routes finally develop. Earlier in the season, he was so quick to get rid of the ball. I think he wanted to preserve himself until crunch time, playoff time, right? And he did. But when you look at the offense, 26% on third down conversions, they didn't fix that. 1 of 3 in the red zone, they didn't fix that.
Yep.
1 of 2 in goal-to-go situations, didn't fix that. Ran for 67 yards. They didn't fix that either, right? The only thing that was different was the deep ball was back.
That's right.
And maybe that was enough.
Yep.
But I'm still have concerns about whether that was a one-week wonder or if we can see that today and more importantly, in the playoffs.
No, you're spot on, Scott. Going back and looking at the box score, seeing the red zone inefficiencies, the inefficiencies on third down. Those are the things that have been plaguing the Bucs the entire season. But to your point, man, the explosive plays, pushing that ball downfield. We haven't seen that. It's been a frustrating thing for number 13, Mike Evans. He got that first one last week, and it was like you could almost see a light switch go off. Like, man, it just felt so good for him.
Right.
And then obviously he backed it up with the type of day he had. But to your point, last week we saw Tom Brady holding on to that football, letting things develop, letting his guys give them opportunities to get open downfield. He got hit 3 times in that game, got sacked, or 8 times, got sacked 3.
Right.
So he made it was a point of emphasis for Tom to say, you know what, I'm gonna hang in there and let my guys go to work and do their thing. And it was great to see. But on the same token, though, Scott, he's been his best asset when it comes to not getting sacked this season, just given some of the issues that we've seen along the offensive line.
Well, let's continue along this offensive trend. Let's talk about when the Bucs have the ball and bring on J.C. Allen again to talk about that. There's Blaine Gabbert. We might see some Blaine Gabbert today, hopefully sooner rather than later, to get Tom out of the game and healthy.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Blaine Gabbert, we went to some Kyle Trask today too. So, this Bucs offense, I mean, let's really break it down. There's really 3 keys to this game. And the first one is to stay healthy.
That's it.
So you stay healthy, you win you end up with a winning record, right? You win the game, and then the last key is get some of these young guys and some extra playing time, and a Logan Hall and Devin Tompkins and Kyle Trask, and when Brady's in there, it's going to be okay. How fast of a start can we get off? That's the key right there. How fast can this Bucs offense get moving, get points on the board to the point where they can take Brady off the field? Yeah. I think Bowles ideally would like that to be within the first half.
Yeah.
And pull, but we know the type of competitor Brady is and the type of competitor these guys are. Brady's never finished with a losing record in his entire career. He wants to go out with a winning record, and Bowles might have to yank him off the field if he doesn't come out on his own. But when realistically, when are you trying to get Brady off that field?
Look, everybody wants to get a win, right? You don't want to give up momentum, not after the type of win that we had last week with the type of production we saw on offense. But I do think it's wishful thinking to get off to a fast start. We haven't seen that out of the Bucs so far this season.
Right.
A fast start just hasn't been a formula for the Bucs, a winning formula for them at that. Everything's been that come from behind, cardiac, probably a bad analogy, given some of the issues that we've seen around the league and the injury to the young man from Buffalo. But yeah, man, it's I don't see them getting off to a fast start today. I see him in there for maybe a half. You kind of play the preseason rules today. There's nothing on the line. Pretty much a snoozer type of game for the Bucs. I think Buccaneers probably have their eyes on the Cowboys and the Eagles today, obviously, to get a better handle on who we'll be seeing in the first round of the playoffs. But I don't see Brady getting a ton of time today. You got to keep him in there just to keep some chemistry with his guys after what they did last week. You just have to, JC. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But I'd love to see a little bit of Kyle Trask, our young quarterback. It's only going to be a small glimpse, so you can't really pass judgment on whatever he does today. But then you also got Blaine Gabbert, man. You got to get a guy that could possibly get some time in the playoffs due to injury. He's the next man up, so you would think that he would get the lion's share of the reps today. Yeah,
I think so too. And coming out of practice, didn't seem like that Trask got any more than normal reps than he usually does. I think with Brady, a lot of this comes down to, for sure, is ego. He doesn't, he wants to build on that momentum for sure. He doesn't want to finish the season with a losing record. He's the ultimate competitor.
Mm-hmm.
There aren't many players in the league that are more competitive than Tom Brady when it comes to wins and losses. So, but at the same time, you are dealing with, as we said, Brandon Walton.
That's exactly
starting
right.
at left tackle, and Tristan Wirfs isn't 100% too. So if you're trying to get those guys out, the Bucs have elevated Justin School, one of their tackles, from the practice squad, but he's more of a left tackle. So if you're starting to pull guys out, you're pulling Brady out, you're pulling Wirfs out, you really don't want him. You don't want anyone behind that line that's going to, especially with Grady Jarrett and everything like that. So, it's going to be interesting because, the Bucs running game hasn't really hasn't really gotten going all year. 32nd in the league. I mean, let's just put it what it is. But, with Donovan Smith back there, now you're dealing with Brandon Walton back there. You're putting Justin School. I don't think this is a day that is going to be really effective in the ground game at all.
Well, let's not just casually breeze over Grady Jarrett. I mean, going back and looking at that tape, this last outing earlier in the season, we had our hands full with Grady Jarrett. Shaq Mason had his hands full. Luke Gedeke at the time was playing left guard. He had his hands full. Robert Haynes. There wasn't a guy across the board that was able to contain and block this man. He was a force in the middle. And then Lorenzo Carter coming off the edge, or Sam linebacker, man, he's a force to be reckoned with. Right. He was giving Donovan Smith some fits. So yeah, you mentioned Walton being in there, substituting in for Donovan Smith. Donovan Smith resting, just nursing some ailments. He probably would have played today if this game had some meaning to it.
Yeah.
So they're just resting guys like him and Vita Vea. But to your point, JC, do you really want your franchise guy Tom Brady back there going into the playoffs with this type of offensive line? Just based on what we did against the Falcons last time,
Right.
It's not a comfortable situation, and I suspect that they'll keep him in there first quarter, second quarter. I highly doubt we see him coming out at half.
Right. As far as the running game going, you might see more of White than Leonard Fournette because he's dealing with some things as well. And like I said, the Bucs running game has been abysmal, and that's putting it nice. But as far as extra blockers, I think that's where we'll see more of the action with White and Fournette because they're going to have to hang in, and there'll be those safety valves. I mean, you look at what Fournette did the last time they played. He had 10 receptions for 90 yards, and he was that chip and dip type of guy, chipping the rusher, giving Brady some extra time and then dipping out and catching those balls. So I think that's probably what we're going to be looking at as far as the running game. We've heard Byron say that they use a screen game and those short check down, dump off passes, check downs as an extension of the running game. And I think if that's going to be the extent of the Bucs running game, pretty much this game is, they're going to obviously try to run it, but I think for the most part, you're looking at check down, screens, and dump offs as an extension of their running game because they're not going to be able to get much going against Grady Jarrett and the Falcons.
And that's been the formula all season long. We've talked about that screen game being an extension of their run game earlier in the season. Obviously we were calling for that run. We wanted to see it. The fans here in Tampa Bay wanted to see us establish something in the run game. I mean, that's been the narrative for years, man. But let's just face the facts. We're not a run first type of team. And those little pop passes, those little screen passes, look, man, that's an extension of the run game. A lot of that happens behind the line of scrimmage, and it doesn't get counted in that rushing category. Obviously, we're at the bottom of the league in rushing efficiency this year. So, again, I don't think too much of it. They have a formula that works. We saw what that looked like last week. The key for the Bucs is how do they build on that going into the playoffs, knowing that they're going to rest some guys, especially number 12. But again, I would want these guys to establish some type of chemistry, some type of connection. If I was Todd Bowles, I'd like to see them pick up where they left off last week in this first half. It would make me feel good going into halftime, even if we're down, JC, and then pull my guys.
Yeah, I mean, because of the injuries on the offensive line, protecting Tom, and you don't want injuries to anybody. I mean, Tristan Wirfs is dealing with some stuff too. You don't want any of these injuries to either re-aggravate, which Tristan Wirfs re-aggravated, still able to go last week, but re-aggravated his ankle injury. Still able to go put out a Tristan Wirfs performance. But again, I mean, this is a game that pretty much means nothing other than trying to get a positive win record and build that momentum that they built from the last two games. You don't want to risk anyone to injury. So with Walton there, with Wirfs not 100%, Otten and has had some tough games the last two games, but I expect them to use him more as an extra protection. Use him just as a running backs. Use Otten, use a guy like Kokeep, use a guy like Kyle Rudolph, because I think Cam Brate was inactive last week because the game didn't really suit his style. Mm-hmm. I can see him with Walton being in there, Smith out, him being inactive again, and having Rudolph, who's a better blocker, in there in case they need that. Because Brandon Walton, if they do some, they're going to do some different things to send, as you said, Lorenzo Carter, Grady Jarrett. They're going to try to test Brandon Walton. He's the weak spot on this offensive line that's already been up and down in their performance. They're going to try to get him. So Otten, I think, is going to have less opportunities in the passing game as he's going to be asked to stay in a little bit more and help protect.
Well, I guess it all depends, right? If you talk about our guys being able to take the top off the coverage, right? If this guy's on a delayed, to your point, chip and dip situation, right? And let's just break that down for our fans, man. These guys, tight ends, running backs, they've been schooled up all week long. Patience. Don't be in a rush to get out on that check down route. Give your buddies up front some help. And I can tell you what, JC, when you go back on Monday or Tuesday and look at that game tape, you can see some very vicious chip blocks. That's when offensive tackles set that up for a tight end or a running back to come in and get a piece of that rib, it's something that you take a lot of pride on when you go back and look at the tape. So I can assure you that the coaches have been schooling these guys up all week long. Do not be in a rush. Help your guys up front. What happens is, man, you start to back up those linebackers, and all of a sudden a Kokeef or a Cade Otten, they just keep popping open, almost like a play called screen. right? That's what a lot of times those little chip situations can turn into.
Right. And now the execution's got to be better from both of them because they both dropped passes last week. And going back to the week prior, Otten just had some struggles getting open, separating, and bringing in passes. So if those opportunities open, they need to be ready because we know Tom trusts those guys enough to go back to them. I mean, Otten's got a game winner. So we know he trusts them enough to go back to them. They have to execute when their number is called. And speaking of execution, Mike Evans went off last week. That execution, that chemistry was back. It was back in full swing, even from the first play of the game. Well, not the first play, but one of the first series in the game where Brady tried to go to Evans deep, but he wasn't able to step into his throw. It was an underthrown ball, and then the next time he goes to him deep, and it's just automatic. The next 3 times scores from Mike Evans. Big day, 270 yards, 3 touchdowns.
Big day.
Mike Evans got another opportunity to do that this week too. AJ Terrell, they're playing man coverage. AJ Terrell's a damn good corner, but Mike Evans has proven before that he can beat him. So, that connection needs to be there quick, early, often.
That's it.
If they're going to be able to get out of there by halftime.
Yeah, for me, a big day for Mike Evans today is a 60, 80-yard type of game, and get him out of there. Obviously, we're all relieved to see him get to that 1,000-yard mark. He's a guy that deserves it. The record continues for most consecutive 1,000-yard seasons to start to your career. I love that out of Mike Evans. Just a guy that is well-deserved. He's a leader off the field, in the community. He's a leader on the field. And to see that switch just flip that me and Scott talked about earlier, it was nice, man. To your point, that first throw, a little underthrown, thinking to yourself, here we go again, right? This is what we've been seeing, this misconnection all season long. And then all of a sudden he hit him down the sideline on that first big one. And it was like, okay, you saw something happen in Mike Evans, right? Just the way he caught it and the type of confidence that he kind of pulled away with that breakaway speed, thought something was happening there. And then he had the type of day he had, man. I couldn't forecast 200 yards and 3 touchdowns. That wasn't in the crystal ball for me, but man, it was a heck of an outing. And that's what we want to see as Buccaneer fans. Yeah,
absolutely. You get him to 1,000 yards. We got Chris Godwin's closing into 1,000 yards. Chris Godwin's currently sitting at 97 receptions on the year. He needs 9 more to break the record held by Keyshawn Johnson at 106. So if he gets that, you've got back-to-back 1,000-yard receivers, one of these guys with over 100 receptions. I mean, the duo of Godwin and Evans is just, even when everything else is off, they just show up in big spots. They're able to move ultimate chain movers, especially Chris Godwin. And you can start to see him now kind of getting back into that full swing of things ever since, just a year ago, he tore his ACL, and now you're seeing the Chris Godwin of old, I think.
No, arguably the best tandem in the game, and that's easily argued, right? The numbers don't lie. And then you talk about depth. We gave Russell Gage his love last week, talking about him pregame and what he's been bringing to the field this year for the Buccaneers. And then obviously Julio Jones, man, still has a lot in the tank when he's healthy,
right?
And can stretch the field. So when you talk about our skilled position, and obviously Tom Brady at the helm is some of the best skilled players still in the NFL on the Buccaneers.
Absolutely. And with these guys going out there, and obviously you want to pull them as soon as potentially more snaps for Rashad Perriman later, more snaps for Devin Tompkins, who's taken over as their kick returner, more snaps for Scotty Miller. Those guys could all be beneficiaries if the Bucs can get up early and they start to pull their guys. And Blaine Gabbert's throwing. Those are the Blaine Gabbert's targets in practice. Is Miller and Tompkins and Perriman. He's getting reps with the second team, so they have that chemistry too. And I wouldn't be surprised if they made some moves once they're pulled off. But you got Julio Jones, Russell Gage coming back to Atlanta for the first time this season. Obviously, it's Julio's first time back since being traded to Tennessee. Russell Gage's first time back since signing here. Those guys have been clutch in situations. Russell Gage continues after being injured and maligned most of the year. He's continued to make key first down grabs, keep chains moving, key touchdown grabs. That one a couple weeks back where it bounced off Chris Godwin's chest and the concentration that he had to grab it before it hit the ground. He's been making big plays. And then Julio Jones still showing off that speed, end arounds, and his ability to get open. And once he gets the ball, get that yards after the catch. I mean, both of these guys are going to be pivotal points of this offense, because they're going to try to take away Mike after watching tape last week.
Absolutely.
And Chris Godwin underneath. So if these guys can have a game, this Bucs team could get out to an early lead and have that ability to pull their starters quick sooner rather than later.
Yeah, absolutely. Russell Gage quietly has been having a big season for the Bucs this year. Obviously, Julio Jones is who he is. 2 great pickups for the Bucs in the offseason. They're going home for the first time to Atlanta. This game doesn't carry as much juice, man. Doesn't have as much sizzle to it, going home. Because I know what it feels like to go back to your old team, JC, and you want to show out, obviously. You want to be able to look across the sideline and say, hey, man, you made a mistake by not hanging on to me. And I just don't know if these guys are going to have that type of feeling going into this one. Again, I think it's I know it's a glorified preseason game.
Right.
But that little insight there that you gave about Blaine Gabbert and the chemistry that he already has with the depth on this football team, the Scotty Millers, Russell Gages, those are the guys he's taking reps with in practice. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets out there, moves the chains. I'm excited to see a little bit of Blaine Gabbert. Kyle Trask is a guy everybody's excited to see.
And he's active officially.
I was going to say, he may have a hat today, so it's official.
So
he's up.
Officially active. Julio Jones, though, will not be active. So, as you
there you go.
Glorified preseason game. He's going to miss it. We already knew about Carl Nassib, Logan Ryan, Devin Smith, and Vita Vea. And Carlton Davis. Joining him is going to be Mike Edwards. He's going to be missing this game. So there you have it. Kyle Trask active for the first time as a Buccaneer in his career. So he'll be potentially getting some snaps out there. The 2 guys they elevated, and Justin School, and I'm going to butcher his name, but if Afidi Odengingbo, outside linebacker depth.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it alone. You're not gonna hear me mention his name the entire show.
He's got 3.5 sacks this season. Split time with the Colts and the Vikings. So hey, he's got a potential to come in here and at least give Anthony Nelson and Joe Tryon-Shoyinka a breather. Speaking of breathers, I'm going to take a breather here as we jump over to our talk about our proud presenters of the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show, our good friends over at Age Rejuvenation.
As we age, our hormones decrease, both for men and women.
I was tired all the time, had no sex drive.
I was groggy.
I felt like I was 80 years old because everything hurt.
I came to Age Rejuvenation because I was tired all the time.
Bioidentical hormones has really made such an impact in people's lives.
I actually enjoy shopping now.
Got all my energy back.
Mind is sharp.
I feel like I'm 18 again.
It was perfect for me.
Get with Age Rejuvenation. Do it now. Don't wait.
Call Age Rejuvenation today.
All right. Scott Reynolds here with John Gilmore. We're not just talking Bucs football day. We're talking Age Rejuvenation too. Why? Because it really works. It's actual testosterone therapy that will change your life. It will turn back the hands of time. It will make you feel younger and feel better. That's happened for me. I've gotten my testosterone therapy started back in August. John, when did you have your testosterone therapy begin at Age Rejuvenation?
I'm about 1.5 years in now, Scott.
Okay. Yep.
Feeling like my best self.
Yeah.
You guys can't see this guy right now, but behind this table when he stood up earlier today, I think it speaks for itself.
Yeah. I'm down to 209 pounds. When I started back in August, I was 216. Now, 7 pounds may not seem like a bunch, but folks, it's not just the weight on the scale. It's I have gained so much more muscle and I've dropped fat. Like my body fat index has really gone down. I'm thrilled with the results, and it's helped me with my workouts. I sleep better at night. Folks, if you have not had the chance to go to agerejuvenation.com, make sure you do that. Sign up for one of their free clinical consultations. You can get your blood work done. Insurance will pay for it. They'll check your testosterone. And guys, if you're in your 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and John, they're even telling us that men in their 30s, due to lack of exercise and poor diets and poor nutrition, they're starting to see more men in their 30s with low testosterone. So it's a natural thing. It's nothing to be ashamed about. It happens to almost every male. You're going to lose testosterone over time, and it's going to make you feel older. It's going to make you feel foggier. And John, what are some of the benefits that you've noticed aside from the weight loss, the sleeping better, all of that? It really is a little bit of a wonder cure for aging, is it not?
No, it really is. And then the head fog, right? That clarity of mind. I'm going through my day to day. Scott, everything's clear. I'm on track. I don't get distracted. But to your point, man, I think there's a stigma surrounding testosterone treatments for men. There's a lot of pride that goes into it when it comes to men. I don't need that. Well, the reality of it is it's a natural thing for your testosterone to decrease over time. And I don't care how much you work out in the weight room. I don't care how many sit-ups you do.
Yeah.
You know, and you're a testament to this.
Yeah,
we just talked about this. When you don't have the hormones to be able to decrease that visceral fat that you've been trying to get rid of for so long,
right,
and you can't understand why, typically it's because those hormones are off. And it's really nothing to be ashamed of. I've actually talked to some women that have said to me, I wish my man would man up and take care of that situation.
For sure.
And again, man, there's so many benefits to testosterone therapy, especially bioidentical hormone replacement therapy, which is the most natural way to do this. I talk about it all the time. The active ingredient that comes from sweet potatoes, which is an amazing thing. So I highly recommend, if you're in your 40s or rapidly approaching that 40 mark.
I'm 50, so
I recommend
I waited too long.
Looking at, and you know what? Drop that Pewter report when you talk to Age Rejuvenation. You never know what type of discount you're going to get if you do that.
Right now, they're doing $500 off your initial testosterone therapy treatment when you mention Pewter report. They also have some weight loss specials that don't even have anything to do with the testosterone therapy. So make sure you go to agerejuvenation.com. They have 5 Tampa Bay area locations to help you out. And make sure that you tell them Pewter Report sent you. But look into the weight loss. They've got some specials for the New Year's resolution crowd that want to drop some weight. And if it has to do with testosterone therapy, $500 off your initial treatment. So speaking of treatments, let's see what type of treatment Todd Bowles and the Bucs defense can put on these Atlanta Falcons today. We're going to take a look right now when the Bucs are on defense. That's Mike Edwards, and I guess he was a last-minute scratch. He's been dealing with an injury. JC, I was a little surprised. I thought maybe if there was a safety that was going to sit out, it might be Antoine Winfield. He's such a valuable cog as probably the best player on defense. He's also dealing with an ankle injury. Are you surprised that they went with Edwards over Winfield?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, I mean, there's this secondary is banged up. Logan Ryan's missing. Carlton Davis is not going to play. Antoine Winfield Jr. has been dealing with injuries. He's banged up. Jamel Dean is dealing with a significant toe injury as well. And Mike Edwards, as we mentioned when we were going over the injury report, Scott, he's dealing with a hamstring and that hip injury as well. So it's really their depth is going to be tested here at this position in the secondary. John, and I don't know, when you look at it, why one person was taking over the other. I think maybe Mike Edwards is just dealing with a little bit more of that hamstring. We know how those hamstring injuries can linger. We've seen it with Russell Gage and numerous other guys throughout the season. So it is interesting. I really thought that maybe Jamel Dean might be the one to sit if they were going to sit any of these guys. But hey, Mike Edwards is going to be out, which puts more pressure on Antoine Winfield Jr. and more pressure on this Bucs secondary, who will be down now 2 safeties.
Yeah, I don't think they should feel any pressure today, JC. I think that really came down to which one of these guys will not get in the game, right? Mike Edwards having a soft tissue injury in that hamstring obviously was a guy that wasn't going to get in the game, so it made sense to sit him down. I was surprised that Jamel Dean was up with the hat this week. I thought he was a guy that they may have given, that week of rest. Seems like he's pretty banged up. Sam Darnold last week going for over 350 yards in the air when they pretty much abandoned the passing game. So this season, really leaning towards a run and see the type of production that they had against the Bucs last week, told me we're a little banged up right now. So I thought more guys would be resting or wouldn't have a hat for this game. But again, JC, you only can dress 47 guys on game day, something like that. So you got to go into this knowing which guys can get through the amount of reps that they plan on getting through, whether it's a quarter, 2 quarters, what have you. But obviously Antoine Winfield Jr., he's a guy that's an intricate piece to this defense, man. I love seeing this guy come off the edge. I believe he picked up another sack last week. It was last week or the week before. He's just such a disruptive player in coverage and versus the run, attacking the quarterback. He's a guy you definitely want to make sure is healthy going into the playoffs.
Yeah, and when you look at the situation last week, Winfield had an up and down game. He had that big sack, but he also let up 2 touchdowns. He was out of position early on when DJ Moore caught the 26-yard completion on their first drive, and then he was also out of position when Tommy Tremble broke free and caught a touchdown as well. So, Antoine Winfield Jr. He's been dealing with injuries. He came back, he struggled a little bit, got the sack. But the biggest thing that they're going to need Antoine Winfield Jr. this week for is his run defense. I mean, he's one of the best safeties in run defense in the league. And we know that this Atlanta team is going to try to run the ball. I mean, they just don't pass the ball often. And when they do, they're not very good at it. They're starting rookie quarterback Desmond Ridder, who obviously has been improving and growing each week, but he's still a rookie quarterback that doesn't really have any weapons either. Kyle Pitts on IR, so they're going to test them to run. And if you're going to be missing a safety that's critical in run support, I mean, Mike Edwards is a guy who's going to sit over Antoine Winfield Jr.
No, I mean, absolutely. The Atlanta Falcons, they've dealt with the injury bug all season long. Early in this season, Cordarrelle Patterson was put on IR. He's now up for this game. We didn't see him last game. Obviously, Tyler Algier, he's the guy that's been toting the rock for them, 100 yards away from 1,000.
Right.
They've been doing a great job in when it comes to the run game. And again, that's protecting Ridder, right? He's a rookie quarterback. He's been progressively getting better each week. They picked up a win last week versus the Arizona Cardinals, probably one of the worst defenses in the league. But nonetheless, they picked up a nice win versus them. A win's a win for this young man. So, yeah, he's building some confidence. I think he only threw for 170 yards last week. Not a ton in the air. They're going to lean on the run. They're going to protect him, especially with a game that doesn't mean much. They want to see what they have in that young man. But again, these guys have been dealing with the injury bug all season long. They're going to run the ball. We got to stop the run. We've been giving up 4.4 yards a carry in the run game. And I think you're not only going to see a decent dose of Tyler Algier, you're going to see Cordarrelle Patterson, a guy that we didn't have to face last time around.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Cordarrelle Patterson was out last week, so you didn't really have to see him as much. Not last week. Last time they played on IR dealing with injury. So, but he did tear them up pretty good last year. So I mean,
he's a force to be reckoned with.
He's still a weapon, a versatile piece of what they do on offense. So especially with this Bucs run defense missing Vita Vea out. We know the record, we know the stats, the numbers when Vita Vea and Akeem Hicks are playing together. And when they're not, and I would say the production far better ways when they're together there. But I mean, you look at exactly what they did against the Panthers, who rushed for 320 last week, didn't even break 100 yards last week. So, it's going to be Hicks. It's going to be that combination of Logan Hall getting more playing time because again, this is a meaningless game. You don't want your guys to get banged up. Nacho's going to be in there. I think Patrick. O'Connor's going to get some more time in there. So they got these Deidrin Senat as well, who's making his homecoming return to Atlanta as well. He was there last year, drafted by them. So they've got big boys up front that can slow the run down. The thing is they're going to have to make sure that they're playing disciplined football, staying in their lanes, staying in their gaps, not letting guys, not getting bullied off the line, especially against this Atlanta Falcons line. That's really not that great.
No, and I agree. I think this is a growth game for Logan Hall.
Yep.
Good opportunity for him to get in there and get some reps. The one thing I like about this defense, this Tampa Bay defense, and we've talked about this over the past couple of weeks, Anthony Nelson specifically, is the depth. The depth along this defensive line. I've been very impressed with the Will Gholston. Really like this guy, man. He's been a staple. He's been that blue collar guy for the Bucs for quite some time now. You mentioned Raheem Nacho Nunez-Roches. Love that guy. He's a force to be reckoned with. Again, when you got
free agents at the end of the season,
both free agents, right, and maybe highly sought after free agents at that. I think they put enough on tape to get a certain demand there, JC. If I'm being honest, it may be tough for the Bucs to hold on to him. But when you got a guy like Vita Vea or Akeem Hicks that need to sit out because they're dealing with some they're the walking wounded, as we would say. They're dealing with some bumps and bruises. I feel good about a Will Gholston, man. I really do, man. I feel like he could possibly be a potential starter in this league based on what we've seen. And I don't think there is a fall off. There's no replacing an Akeem Hicks, Vita Vea combo. Right. I mean, I'm not going to go all the way out there, right?
700 pounds a man. No way.
There's no replacing that. But man, when you talk about Will Gholston, he had a couple tackles for loss last week. He's always a guy that shows up on the stat boards, man, and he's always out there making plays. He's a high motor guy. I really like the depth along the defensive line for the Bucs.
Yeah, I think Vita Vea and Akeem Hicks is, as you said, a duo you cannot replace. I mean, just the sheer size of these men, the athleticism of these men, you put them together, you're already commanding 3 blockers alone. Nobody else on this Bucs defense is going to do that. No one else is going to. I mean, Hicks will still get double teamed, but on some reps, but they're not going to be saying, okay, you 3 block these 2
right
every time they're out there. And they're not out there all the time together. We know Bowles likes to do some creative things, but I think when you look at the depth this team has on the defensive line, it's not going to be something that you're in love with, having to have Vita Vea out, but you can certainly handle with Gholston, with Hall, with Nacho, with POC, with Dedrin Sanat. Those guys, you can certainly get through a game with that. The thing that surprised me is Anthony Nelson and Tryon-Shoyinka, that they've been able to get through 3 straight games, going into their 4th straight games, playing wire-to-wire snaps, not having any breaks on the field because simply everyone is behind them is hurt. Carl Nassib is dealing with the pectoral injury. You have Jannard Avery is on IR. Obviously, Shaq Barrett was lost for the season early on. Anthony Nelson came in for Shaq Barrett and has playing tremendous football, making turnovers, getting sacks. He almost had an interception that was negated on a play. He's just been all over the place and really has benefited from the attention that Joe Tryon-Shoyinka has been seeing as a de facto number 1 guy. And Tryon-Shoyinka too. I mean, he's been, the pressures are there. I said this on the radio. I think his nickname this season is Almost, because he is so many times he's almost there for the sack, but he's still been putting a ton of pressure on them. They do have Odegingbo that they brought up from the practice squad. I hope I didn't butcher that again. But they do have him to give them give them some reps. But man, this pass rush has been surprisingly really good.
We've seen a lot of growth out of JTS this year. I think we would all agree.
Right.
He came in here last year and we were expecting a little bit more. I think he was slow to grow. This year, totally different player. I like the way he's played the run this year and really hold down that edge the way he has. His pressure on the quarterback, you call him almost home, whatever his nickname is. It definitely holds true, man. But again, you got a guy like that where you have to account for it. Obviously, that opens up things on the other side for an Anthony Nelson, a guy that's subbing in due to injury. And, even a guy like Carl Nassib, he was playing good ball, and he's down, and Anthony Nelson's having that to get the lion's share of the reps. He's making a strong case for himself why he should be a highly sought after free agent, because I believe he's in free agency as well.
Right.
Based on what we talked about a couple weeks ago. He's making a strong case for himself why he deserves to get paid, man. And he's a guy that you can count on, Mr. Accountability. He's going to hold down the edge. He's going to apply the pressure, and he has a high motor, man. And you can't ask for much more when it comes to an outside edge rusher.
Yeah, no, I mean, and then you look at, what this Falcons team let up in week 5 sacks. They were able to get to him, and now they're dealing with Elijah Wilkerson. One of their starting left guard is going to be out as well, so that gives even further opportunity for this defensive line and this pass rush to get after a rookie quarterback. Really rattle him early. We know that Bowles is going to dial up some creative things to try to get this guy out of his comfort zone, and we'll see how many times they can get to him this game because Mariota ran all over the place on him. Mariota was the leading rusher, and he had over 60 yards. But that's not Desmond Ritter's game. So we'll see how quickly this guy, and it all comes from the back end, dealing with all these injuries, containing the wide receivers and really forcing them to be one-dimensional, which they pretty much already are, but even more so one-dimensional in that passing game. We already talked about no Davis, no Edwards, no Logan Ryan. So SMB will be stepping up and starting again, and he's been playing really well over the last couple of weeks.
No, he has. Sean Murphy Bunting, I think he's been playing lights out football over the past couple of weeks. We talked about it last week, how he's a better defender in that slot. Came up with that big pick last week. I like the way that SMB's been playing. I mean, we need to get our guys healthy on the back end. Unlike that defensive line, when you talk about depth, there's a little bit of a fall off when it comes to our secondary, and they've been playing good football this year. Seeing that type of production out of Sam Darnold last week, it wasn't something I wanted to see going into the playoffs. But look, man, we got CeeDee Lamb or A.J. Brown coming up, right? So we need these guys healthy and ready because if we have to see the Eagles, You know, obviously we know the high power offense that they bring both in the run game and in the passing game. And obviously the Dallas Cowboys have some players that can beat you on the edge.
Right, which I think is crucial for them to really kind of, again, this goes back to getting out to a quick jump, early lead, or even if it's the other way. If they get down to an early loss, you start pulling these guys. You start pulling guys like Antoine Winfield, who's not 100%. You start pulling guys like Jamel Dean. You already have Edwards, Logan Ryan, and you also already have Carlton Davis out. Why? Because you need to protect your investment, and your investment is in the secondary right now. These guys, when they're on the field together, play lights out. So, you know, the sooner you can get these guys out of here, get them rest up and put guys in like Zion McCollum and D. Delaney and et cetera, Anthony Chesley in there, the better, because they need to protect their investment. And where can you protect your investment? Financial.
At A-Muni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you?
Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it. All right.
Yeah. We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. A-Muni Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
That's right, JC. Muni Financial is where you can go to protect your investment. Managing your family's wealth means more to Muni Financial than simply allocating your assets. It's a new year, folks. It's not just the time for New Year's resolutions. It's the time to do something about your finances to make sure that they are in order to deal with the economic climate of 2023. And the best place you can go to do that is Muni Financial. Yes, they're located in St. Petersburg. Yes, they have over 40 years of experience, but they can also help you from across the entire country. And that's what they've been doing for 4 decades. Legacy planning, brokerage and advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts, and insurance services, just a few of the things that Muni Financial takes care of. Let them help you with your finances in 2023. That's what I've done. I've got the majority of my financial assets with Muni Financial, been thrilled with the results and how they've navigated the current economic climate. Make sure you plan ahead and stay ahead. Call Muni Financial at 1-800-868-6864 or visit them on the web at muni.com. All right, Scott Reynolds back here with John Gilmore. And this is my favorite part of the show. We talk about these individual matchups. Football has always been a game of individual matchups, 11 guys versus 11 guys. And let's get to it, John. You're the offensive guru here. We're going to talk about these offensive matchups for the Buccaneers when they're on offense. And it starts right there with Chris Godwin. You guys have already talked about it. Godwin needs he's within striking distance of 1,000 yards. He's within striking distance of getting the single-season receptions record in Buccaneer history. And that's topping 101 catches, or sorry, 106 catches by Keyshawn Johnson in 2001. I think he's got a good shot at both those today. He's going up against Isaiah Oliver, who, according to Pro Football Focus, is the Falcons' best defender. He's having a great season, hasn't given up a touchdown all year, has 1 interception. He's that big slot corner that's going to be going up against Chris Godwin. It's going to be a physical matchup down the seam, John.
Yeah, well, as a unit, the Falcons haven't been exceptional in the past game versus anybody this year, and it hasn't looked good the past couple of games. And these guys coming off the game that they had 120 yards out of Chris Godwin last week, obviously 200 yards out of Mike Evans, 2 big games out of our 1-2 punch. You know how I feel about Chris, especially when he draws that matchup in the slot. I like his ability to get open in the middle of the field. I'm going to go ahead and give this edge to Chris Godwin. I think he's playing good football. I think he's going to get limited reps today, Scott.
Yeah.
But the time that he's out there, I like this matchup, and I'm going to go ahead and give Chris the edge in that one.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Chris Godwin as well. I think that he's got what it takes in terms of being that big physical player in the slot. I think Godwin's going to end up getting that today as well. The next one is Nick Leverett versus Grady Jarrett. Now, Nick Leverett is a guy that has been a much better addition to the starting lineup than Luke Edeke. And I think he stabilized that left guard position. He's going to be going up against Grady Jarrett, who Grady Jarrett played Luke Edeke in week 5 in that 21-16 victory by the Buccaneers, he has 6 pressures in that game, had a sack taken away with a questionable roughing the passer penalty that aided Tom Brady and the Buccaneers. So it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen with this matchup. But I think Grady Jarrett, 7 sacks this year. We'll see if he can crack the Nick Leverett code. I think he does, just because he's a better talent. Right. What do you think?
Well, I think that's safe to say, man. Going back and looking at that tape from the last outing versus the Falcons, Scott, the one thing that jumped off the screen was number 97, Grady Jarrett. I mean, when I say he gave everybody the business, he gave everybody the business. Luke Gedeke had to face him. Hainsey got the business. You know, Shaq Mason. I mean, there wasn't a guy in that interior line that didn't get their ass kicked by Grady Jarrett in that last outing, man. So it's hard for me, even though Nick Leverett's a little bit of an upgrade from Luke Gedeke. You know, he's not the type of player that's going to fend off a Grady Jarrett. And if Grady Jarrett plays even a fraction of what he played last game versus us, I'm going to have to give him the edge in this one. We're going with Grady Jarrett.
Yeah, the next one's Rachaad White, the rookie running back, versus Rashaan Evans. Evans really has stepped up and become that impactful linebacker when it comes to, you know, Deion Jones was that player for so many years, and it just wasn't the case when it you know, when you're looking at Rashaan Evans, he can tackle, he can cover, and Rachaad White I think is going to get more opportunities to catch the ball and run the ball today with Leonard Fournette, you know, being out of the game.
No, you know, Rashaan Evans, he's our leading tackler. He's an athletic linebacker, middle linebacker. He can cover you in space. Obviously, he can come off the edge. So, you know, that he's a type of linebacker, obviously, that can cause some problems. He's a leader on that football team. But Rachaad White, man, I mean, just what he's been able to do over the second half of this season, picking up the slack for Leonard Fournette. Leonard Fournette's out, and we've seen in games past when Leonard Fournette's out and he has to take care of the lion's share of these reps. You know, we see the best in Rachaad White. I'm going to go ahead and give the edge to White here, man. I like him in this matchup, especially in the pass game.
Yeah.
I'm going Rachaad White.
I think this is a push for me just because we've seen White have some really good games and some other games, and mostly because of the offensive line. You know, he just has not been as productive. So we'll see what happens here. I have this one as a push. Mike Evans has had a phenomenal game that earned him the NFC Offensive Player of the Week. It's made up for a lot of some drop passes, some misconnections downfield with Tom Brady. But I really think that this matchup here against A.J. Terrell really favors Mike Evans. Terrell's had an awful year. He's their best cover corner, not named Isaiah Oliver, but Oliver plays in the slot. Terrell's an outside corner. He's given up 8 touchdowns so far this year, just been roasted. And we've seen what Mike can do against single high coverage, whether it's the Falcons or the Panthers. Both those teams play a lot of cover 1, cover 3. That single high safety affords Mike to go one-on-one. He's got 10 career touchdowns against the Falcons and now the Panthers. I just like Mike Evans big time after his big game last week.
Big time. JC, we talked about it last week. He knows I don't go against Mike Evans too often. I think Marshawn Lattimore is probably the only matchup where you might get a push from me when it comes to Mike Evans. But yeah, I can't give this one to AJ Terrell. Obviously, Mike Evans, number 13, he'll have limited reps today, Scott. But the reps that he's in there, man, I suspect 60, 80-yard game out of him. That's going to be a big game for him today, and definitely going with Mike Evans.
I am, as we round out the offensive matchups here against the Falcons defense, left tackle Brandon Walton. Now, Brandon Walton got the start against the Packers. He played most of the Saints game back in week 2 and 3. It filled in for Donovan Smith on Christmas night against the Cardinals. So he's no stranger to action. He's going up against a couple players. One of those is a guy Arnold Ebiketie, who went to Penn State, second-round pick from Penn State. With the Falcons now, has 2.5 sacks as a rookie. He's kind of their designated pass rusher, if you will. And really, that's going to be where we want to see Brandon Walton play well, because that means Tom Brady's dropping back to pass. You got to keep Tom healthy for the playoffs. So this is going to be a big matchup to watch. I like Walton with the fact that he's not technically sound, but he's a gamer. He's a fighter. And I think it's a push between Ebiketie, who's still a rookie that's coming on, and Walton, a young player who's going to get another opportunity to show what he can do.
Yeah, no, you know what? I like Ebiketie in this matchup. Just looking at him on film, he's a very serviceable guy, holds the point of attack. he can do enough to cause disruption, but he's not the type of guy that he spends a lot of time around the quarterback, if you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
Serviceable type of guy. But I like him. He's a Penn Stater, as you mentioned. So I'm always going to kind of lean and give those to the Penn Staters. But Brandon Walton hasn't done enough. I haven't seen enough on him on tape to really give him any type of pick. And then he's going to have to see Lorenzo Carter, number 9, or Sam linebacker. He's going to draw him at times. He's another guy that can come off the edge.
Veteran.
He's a disruptive guy. I think he has 4 sacks on the season, second on the team. So, yeah, Walton's going to have his hands full today, especially when Tom Brady. I know he's going to feel that pressure when Tom Brady's in the game. But I'm going to give this edge to Epighetti.
Well, if you're looking for an edge when it comes to sports wagering, make sure you're doing it at MyBookie. That's right, MyBookie. You can double your first deposit. Use the promo code Pewter and bet on everything from today's Bucs game to next week's playoff games. You can bet on the full slate of NFL games. You can bet on the Monday night national championship game between the Georgia Bulldogs and the TCU Horned Frogs. That's right, dogs and frogs on Monday night. There's plenty of hockey action, college basketball. My Kansas State Wildcats just beat number 19 Baylor. They've had quite a run. They're 14-1 this season. So whether it's college basketball, hockey, NFL playoffs, the national championship game, there are tons and tons of ways that you can bet. And not just the games, but you can bet the point spread. You can bet the money line, prop bets. They have it all when it comes to MyBookie. And taking a look right now at today's spread, the Buccaneers actually not favored, JC. It's Tampa Bay +4. Usually they have had, the advantage all season long. But right now, I think with so many of these starters either out or probably not going to play the entire game, I think Vegas and MyBookie like the fact that the Falcons might win this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this game is truly a wild card. And as I mentioned to John earlier, there's 3 things that you want in this game. First of all, is to get healthy. Stay healthy. Yep. Second, it would be nice to get a win and finish the season with a winning record. That would definitely be nice. But also get these young guys experience. And with young guys getting playing time, especially if they haven't played a lot in the past, it can lead to a loss. Yeah. So I can see where Vegas is going there. But, when this Bucs defense is out on the field, they're gonna have some trouble too, because I think some of these matchups favor more so the Falcons than the Bucs.
I think one of the first ones right off the bat is defensive tackle Akeem Hicks, who's done a good job when paired with Vita Vea against the run. We saw that last week, and holding the Carolina Panthers to just 76 yards on the ground, I believe. I mean, the Panthers came in averaging 188 yards rushing over the last 3 games prior to that game against the Buccaneers. And now you've got the Falcons. We know they like to run the ball even more so than Carolina does.
Right.
And Chris Lindstrom is the best Falcons player this year. The right guard is really, I kind of reckon him to being like the new Ali Marpet in the NFC South. Right. He's undersized. He's 6'3", about 307. He's not a mauler, but he's an incredible technician, and he just moves people, helps that Falcons run game. I like Lindstrom in this matchup. He's a Pro Bowler against Akeem Hicks, who has yet to record a sack this year.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that he's a technician, because that's the first thing that jumps out to me is the way the technique he plays with. And if you're undersized and you don't have a lot of mass and a lot of strength to throw people around, that's how you're going to do it, is by having clean technique. And he does that game in and game out. Rewarded with his first Pro Bowl this year, and you can really see that this guy is going to be a cornerstone, a linchpin of this offensive line that needs some help and some rebuiltness going forward, but he's going to be a big part of that. And Hicks is going to, he doesn't have his running mate with him in Vita Vea taking up other blockers, so it's just going to be him. And Hicks hasn't been as described since he came here. Obviously, we knew he had injury questions in the past. Those popped up this year. I'm with you. I think Lindstrom has this down. Maybe Hicks gets his first sack. I doubt it, though.
I agree. And you have to wonder how much that foot injury has stymied Hicks. He's come back, but, he's a big man and he's able to push off and do those things. We'll have to see. The next matchup, Devin White versus Tyler Algier. You mentioned earlier, Tyler Algier at BYU. I loved him in the pre-draft process. The Bucs
one of your draft crushes.
Yeah, one of my draft crushes. It was really down to Dameon Pierce, Tyler Algier, and Rashad White. And the Bucs liked all three of those players. They went with White just because of what he can do in the passing game, and it's more of a compliment to Leonard Fournette. Can't say that they made a bad call, but you can't say the Falcons made a bad call either.
Right. All three of those teams.
Great team. All three of those guys turned into great backs. Algier has 900 yards rushing. He's a big back at 5'11", 220, and he's averaging 4.8 yards per carry. So it's not just a high volume touches. He's getting a lot of yards on every carry. And Devin White, he's sometimes he can have a double-digit tackle game. Sometimes he misses some tackles because he goes too high. He's got to lower, I think, his target ability to drop Tyler Algier, because if he goes up high, this is a big running back that can make Devin White bounce off.
Yeah, no one-arm tackles. That's got to be preached this week. You need to wrap and you need to tackle. Do it like your coach should do it. Yeah. Don't try to go out there and play Superman and get the impressive tackle, the big hits. Fundamentals.
That's right.
Back to basics. Wrap up, because this guy will make you pay if not. And not just him, it's also Cordell Patterson, who will be featured in the running game too, who can do some of the same things. And if you don't wrap him up properly, they're gonna be able to move the ball on you. Yeah. So I think White has played significantly better.
Yes.
He hasn't had the big splash plays since Seattle.
Right.
He hasn't had those big moments where you're like, oh, wow, this guy is just next level. Yeah. But it needs to be, again, just like last week, it needs to be another game where Lavonte David, big mistake, and where him and Lavonte David, those two guys need to lead the team in tackles for this to be a Bucs win.
Yeah. And White did recover a fumble last week, so that was important, but he's got to make some more plays. I agree. I have this as a push. Jamel Dean and that sore toe versus Drake London, the rookie from USC, first-round pick from the Falcons this year. The Falcons, they're going to be starting a rookie quarterback in Desmond Ridder, a rookie running back and Tyler Algier, and this rookie wide receiver who's been impressive. He's a big guy, not as athletic as Mike Evans, but when you look at the film, he'll go up and get the ball. He'll win some jump balls. And Jamel Dean has not played as well as Sean Murphy-Bunting, but he's dealing with that toe injury. We're going to see Drake London against both Sean Murphy-Bunting and Jamel Dean.
Right.
But I think this is a matchup that Dean can win. Remember, he's in a contract year. And
both of them are.
Both, yeah. And I think right now SMB is playing better because he's healthier. We'll see how long Dean goes, but I think if you are Drake London and you are Arthur Smith, try to isolate him against Jamel Dean and work him downfield and test that toe out. I think Jamel Dean, when he's in there today, has really got to make the most of those opportunities. I think he will.
Right, yeah. I mean, Jamel Dean has been one of the best cornerbacks in the league, certainly pre-injury. And even after injury, he played lights out last week as well. I think when you look at Jamel Dean, it's really going to come down to how much is that toe going to affect him. Yep. As we said earlier, we saw him in the locker room limping around, really noticeably, really not being able to put any pressure on that foot. But he's a true pro. He's going to go out there. He might get a little shot to numb that thing up, and he's going to go. But I have this as a push. I think healthy Dean wins it all day. But injured Dean, depending on what he looks like, how much he can keep up, that's going to be one thing that I'm really following in this game is Jamel Dean and how quickly they're going to want to get him out of this game to give him more time to rest.
We got Joe Tryon-Shoyinka in our next matchup versus Desmond Ridder. Now, you might say, why not against one of those offensive tackles? Well, JTS will be seeing time against their left and right tackle. But the thing with Ridder is he's not as mobile. He's not the running quarterback that Marcus Mariota was. But he will do some of those bootlegs, those waggles. And the one thing JTS has got to do is be more disciplined and not bite on the play action fake and run down the line. He's got to go upfield, set the edge, and essentially let Ridder run right into him. I think JTS is on the verge of having, a sack or two. He did have a sack and had a really good game against Marcus Mariota back in week 5. This is a pressure here. There was almost a strip sack. We almost saw him get a sack against.
Almost. That's his nickname this season. I'm telling you, almost.
Sam Darnold last week. I think that he gets a sack against Desmond Ridder today. But the biggest thing is making sure Ridder doesn't escape the pocket. And I do like JTS just because he has some experience over Ridder, who's starting his 4th game today.
Yeah, JTS has definitely made a huge jump this year. I mean, you got to remember, he didn't play football the year before he was drafted. Right. He came in last year and was really used all over the place and not a really consistent role because of JPP And Larry Foote pretty much coming out and say, hey, he's paid more, he's playing more. So this year has been another learning experience for him because, you know, a guy who's not supposed to get as much of the attention because Shaq's on the other side now is thrust into that role as the main guy, getting the extra attention over a guy like Anthony Nelson, who's really eating it all up. And JTS has had to deal with those extra tight ends, those extra backs coming to chip him, and he's made progress. You know, he's got, I call him almost JTS because of the almost strip sacks, the almost sacks, the almost tackles. There's no doubt he's getting penetration and he's getting pressures. It's just he hasn't been able to finish them. I agree with you. I think this is the week where he can finish them. I see at least a sack, if not a sack and a half, in this guy's game today.
Well, speaking of sacks and getting there in strip sacks, Anthony Nelson's done it better than any Buccaneer. He's got 3 forced fumbles, which leads the team. He's got back-to-back strip sacks. He's our final key matchup. Anthony Nelson versus Jake Matthews, where Nelson, who will play both sides, but where he's done his damage is at the right outside linebacker spot going up against left tackles. That's where he forced a fumble in Arizona, forced a fumble last week against Carolina. Nelson's just had a tremendous end of this season. He's in a contract year and playing great football right now. 5.5 sacks. He's tied with Devin White for second on the team behind only Vita Vea. I like this matchup. Nelson's a Matthews is a 2-time Pro Bowler, but not this year. He struggled. He's given up 4 sacks. I just think that this is a game where Nelson can probably win this and maybe get out of the strip sack. I wouldn't put it, out of the question.
Yeah, I mean, he also had an interception that was negated by a really flimsy Carlton Davis holding penalty. But, he's been making plays, whether that's in coverage, whether that's down on the line, rushing after the quarterback. In the running game, he's been all over the place. He's definitely earned himself a nice chunk of change this season, and I'm with you. I mean, Matthews is one of these guys who has been good throughout his career, but this year, 17 pressures let up, 4 sacks. He hasn't just been the same guy as normal, and I think Nelson, who's been, really on a tear recently, can take advantage of that, and especially because it's gonna be a one-on-one matchup mostly for the game. He's not gonna see extra help. Take advantage of that and make this Falcons team pay.
Well, it's time for our predictions now. I'm going to give mine, and then we'll have JC and John wrap up the show. I like the Buccaneers to win this, even though the starters aren't going to play the entire game. I think they'll get off to a good start against the Falcons. The backups will come in and hold the line. And I just don't know that Atlanta's got a lot to play for. This is a game where they might just be trying to get this one over with and get into the offseason. Tampa Bay certainly has the playoffs dead ahead, and we'll find out later tonight if they'll be playing the Philadelphia Eagles or the Dallas Cowboys at home. I like the Bucs today to win by 10 points, maybe somewhere in the neighborhood of 26-16. I think Tampa Bay takes care of business against the Falcons in Atlanta.
Yeah, and we'll have John back in here to give us his prediction. But first, we're going to hop over and hear a word from our friends over at Age Rejuvenation.
At Age Rejuvenation, we have a lot of interest about erectile dysfunction in men.
It's not like my sex life was dormant, but you can always improve.
I was having an adverse effect on my marriage and was very happy with the results.
We have various treatment programs available to enhance their physical abilities that can improve blood flow and sensitivity.
The Pulse Wave has made it so much better.
It's been a significant improvement. The good news was that I heard it from my wife.
Stop waiting. Start doing Age Rejuvenation.
And Age Rejuvenation, obviously, our presenting sponsor here on our Pewter Report Tailgate show over here at Walk-Ons in Wesley Chapel. Make sure you guys check them out. 5 convenient locations in the Tampa Bay area. Testosterone therapy, peptide therapy, stem cell. John and Scott both see them, and they've talked about earlier in the show the difference that they have seen, the results they've seen in just such a short time. So definitely check them out over at agerejuvenation.com. Give them a call, set up your appointment, and feel better. Start having better sex. And start feeling better about yourself. So with that being said, it is time. I went first last week, so you're going to go first this week. You had no faith in the boys last week, calling out for a Panthers win.
I did not.
What are you feeling this week?
Well, look, I'm going to echo what Scott just had to say. I'm not really sure that the Falcons have a lot going on that they're playing for. I don't get the sense that ball club's rallying for Arthur Smith, at 6-10. I know for a fact, JC, at this point in the season, it's been a long, grueling season. You've been dealing with the injury bug. You're 6-10. Those savvy, vested veterans, they're just looking to get out of this one healthy and into the offseason. So I don't expect a lot of passionate play from the Falcons. But on the flip side, the Bucs aren't playing for a lot either. But I feel like they're going to build off that momentum from last week. I'm excited to see a well-played game out of Blaine Gabbert. We're going to get a heavy dose of number 11, and I'm excited to see it. And don't be shocked if he comes out there firing that thing around, JC. I'm going to go with 27-17 Bucs win.
Yeah, I don't think that if Blaine comes in, Trask comes in, it's all right, let's run it out. I think that they're going to be airing it out, trying to get points, and I think we'll see that. You mentioned that, this is an uninspired team. They're not really playing for Arthur Smith, his job on the line. To double down on that, not only that, they had a quarterback quit on him.
Yeah.
Marcus Mariota legit quit because he was getting benched, said it was a knee injury. So, this team just doesn't, they're below expectations. Kyle Pitts isn't there. They didn't perform. They know that they got rid of Deion Jones for the cap purposes. This was always a reset year for this team. So I really don't think, I'm with you, I don't think they're playing inspired football. I think they still want to win. Everyone wants to win every time you lace those cleats up and put those pads on and a helmet on. You're trying to win the game. But I just think the Bucs will be able to build upon what they did last week, build that momentum, keep it going. And I think they win this game. I think they win this game handily too. I had them winning 33-16, eclipsing that 30-point game, maybe a touchdown by Evans, maybe a touchdown by Godwin, and then when Blaine and Trask come in there, they get some points late. But that's where I have them. Finishing positive on the record with the record for the year, 9-8 into the playoffs as a number 4 seed, just like the Jaguars. Both Florida teams 9-8 headed into the playoffs with the 4 seed. But that's where I have them, and the Bucs win. Ended on a positive note going into next week, where they could be playing either the Eagles or the Cowboys potentially on Monday Night Football. So I want to say thanks for joining us here at Walk-Ons in Wesley Chapel. We'll be at Walk-Ons in Midtown next week for the playoff game. Stay tuned. We'll figure out what that's going to be by the end of tonight. We're going to continue the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate show here, presented by Age Rejuvenation with Pewter Report's Matt Matera, as he brings you all the way up to Pewter GameDay at 1 o'clock. So for Scott, for myself, for John, we're out of here. Take it over, Matty. Out.
Peace. Go Bucs.
Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners, to a continuation of the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate show presented by Age Rejuvenation. And it was just live at the Walk-Ons location over in Wesley Chapel, where you saw Scott Reynolds, you saw J.C. Allen, and former Tampa Bay Buccaneer John Gilmore. We are now doing the show from the comfort of our homes to talk about Bucs versus Falcons in Week 18. I'm your host, Matt Matera. Joined with me is my colleague at pewterreport.com, Adam Slavon. Adam, I was going to say welcome to the show, but I guess we're both joining the show at the same time. But thanks for coming on to the show. We are matching again. We did that during the week. Nicely done. Maybe that's some good vibes for the Bucs today. Not that they totally need it because they're in the playoffs. But how are you doing, sir? And thanks again for joining.
I'm doing well. And it should be an exciting regular season finale today.
Yeah, I think the big thing that we're all looking for in today's show or today's game while we're on the show is the fact of, okay, how long is Tom Brady going to play for? How long is Mike Evans going to be in? Is Chris Godwin going to get the record? So in an interesting way, listen, the preseason isn't more fun than the regular season. There's a reason why they, limited the number of games. It used to be 4. It's now 3 now. But I do find some entertainment in the fact that it's like, all right, Bucs are good to go. They're going to the playoffs. They have a chance to play a lot of the starters that, or not starters, just players in general that don't typically get to see the field too often. So I do feel that there is things that you can take away from this game. Maybe not necessarily that you can move into the wild card game next week, which rumors are swirling if the Bucs are going to be playing on Monday Night Football against the Cowboys, if it is the Cowboys that get that wild card spot. But how do you look at this game? What are the positives that we can take away from this game? Or just things that we're looking for to see from either the starters or whoever else is going to get in there?
Yeah, so you mentioned Tom Brady. Now, if Tom Brady goes 9 for 12 today, he sets 2 NFL records. He sets the record for single season completions and passing attempts. So that's one thing I'm looking for. We can kind of dive into records a little bit later on, but I'm also just looking to see the young guys like step up. Like this will be a game, not only like all the rookies that are going to be playing that we drafted, undrafted rookies, guys like Devin Tompkins, the players that were elevated up from the practice squad. One of them is Ifeadi Odenigbo.
JC tried to pronounce his name on the show earlier.
I tried to like spell it out.
Yeah.
But he had sacks in the last 2 games he played in as a Colt, and now he was cut. The Colts are a mess, but that'll be one great edge rusher to see. Maybe he makes an impact. A lot of the guys, Anthony Nelson's played really well. I know they mentioned Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. This will be a big game for him, and just seeing how they are able to go up against the Atlanta offensive line that's really played well this season.
I'll talk about the outside linebackers in a moment. Appreciate everyone in the comments and everyone interacting with us today. Shout out to Mark Fisher with this comment. Just got out of church. Hope it was a good time. How is Wirfs? Is he having to play? Tristan Wirfs, all signs point to that he is playing. Donovan Smith is out. Obviously, Todd Bowles said that the other day. The list of inactives came out about a little under an hour ago, and Donovan Smith was on that. So Brandon Walton's going to get the start at left tackle. Looks like Tristan Wirfs is going to be starting at right tackle. Part of the issue is they don't really have a lot of other guys. They're kind of in the same situation as outside linebacker, where you're calling up a couple of guys from the practice squad. Justin School was one of them. They have like 3 tackles on the practice squad. So, there's only so many players that you can call up, only so many offensive tackles. But yeah, as you said, they went with Odenigbo. I'm just going to say it like that. I don't know if that's right or not. Or School. So School could potentially get, a couple of snaps at the end of the game. But yeah, Tristan Wirfs is going to be going. He's been all systems go since he returned from that ankle injury a couple of weeks ago. And sure, you could say you don't want to risk it, whatever. But 1, you don't really have a choice. And 2, someone has to play. It's football, all right? Like, someone has to play. Now, the outside linebackers, Anthony Nelson and Joe Tryon-Shoyinka have been doing this for the past couple of weeks. Carl Nassib is out once again. He's been limited in practice, though, so it would not shock me if Carl's able to return for the playoffs. I mean, it's the playoffs, man. You gotta get up for that game, really. But Anthony Nelson, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, Anthony Nelson specifically has been great the past couple of weeks, getting strip sacks, getting after the quarterbacks, really making a name for himself in a contract year. And we all liked what he did last season when he had his, his career high in sacks, and he's doing even better this year. So really good to see that. They almost deserve to have a little bit of time off with how well that they've been playing. So hopefully, to your point, they'll get I'm just going to call him O in there. And
Big O.
OG, we'll call him. Hopefully they get OG in there. I also wouldn't hate, and this kind of goes into players getting more time than they typically do. Logan Hall, I think I wouldn't hate if he got a couple of snaps out on the edge as an edge rusher. Not the whole time playing outside linebacker, but a couple of situational type of scenarios. The Bucs like to run a lot more stunts this year, bringing the edge, moving them inside, taking the D tackle, all that fun stuff. So Logan Hall is a guy that, one, I want to see his reps increase a ton. Like, I don't really see, I know Akeem Hicks is dressing. I don't really see Akeem Hicks playing too much. I think it's one of those like, hey, someone has to dress, and Vita Vea is more injured, so we're going to sit him and you go play Akeem Hicks. But Logan Hall is the guy I'm going to be watching today.
Yeah, for sure. I see him lining up all across the defensive line, even at nose tackle, out on the edge, and then, as you mentioned, kind of like the outside linebacker edge role, at least on a few snaps.
I'm really curious. Oh, sorry, you froze there for a second. Usually it's my laptop that's freezing, but I'm really curious about the linebacker situation. I know we talked about this on the show the other day. I respect and appreciate so much what Devin White and Lavonte David have done, playing like literally every single snap. Like, I remember the snaps that Lavonte David didn't play. I believe it was the Thursday night game because it was right at the goal line, and Olakunle Fadukasi had to come in. And there's another tough name for you. He's actually not on the team anymore. His brother played yesterday too, so shout out to him and the Jaguars.
Yeah,
and playing 100% of the snaps is an admirable effort. And then the fact that they've done it since week 1 all the way now to week 18. I mean, if there's any 2 players that I think deserve a break outside of like Tom Brady, I think it has to be Devin White and Lavonte David. The problem is, and we've already said this, but there's only so many guys that you can play at inside linebacker. So I'm very curious to see if KJ Britt will get a couple of opportunities, whether it's lining up next to Lavonte or lining up next to Devin White. Maybe like one series Lavonte plays, the next series Devin White plays. I would love to see that get mixed up, because this is really an interesting matchup for the Bucs defense, in my opinion, Adam. I'm curious what you think about it, because they're going up against yet another rookie quarterback, a young quarterback in this league. Atlanta, while they have nothing to play for, they do have to figure out if they want to move forward with Desmond Ridder as like, okay, we're committing to him being the starter for, next season. And you got Drake London, you got Tyler Algier, Cordero Patterson. Like, there are some respectable weapons on this team. So obviously the Falcons clearly have their flaws. That's why they're in the situation that they're in at the moment. But I also do think like this is a nice challenge again for a lot of the young guys, whether it's Logan Hall, whether it's KJ Britt. We can talk about some of the guys in the secondary as well. But this is not a game where the Bucs can just, or defensively can just be like, we'll figure it out. We got it,
Yeah, I definitely see KJ Britt sliding in there, as you mentioned. Now that 2 of the safeties were ruled out, I was going to say maybe putting Keanu Neal in the box more as an inside linebacker, at least for a few reps. He played there in Dallas in 2021. But I was going to say, like you mentioned, Desmond Ridder, he's yet to throw a touchdown pass or an interception in his NFL career so far.
He's due.
He's due for something, either good or bad. Drake London, the past 4 games, I was looking at it, he's averaged 10 targets and 77 receiving yards. So they definitely have been wanting to get him more involved. He's really the only long-term bet there at the wide receiver position for them. And then also the running back position. They have 2 really good guys in Algier and Patterson. Now, Algier's been getting more of the snaps than Patterson. Patterson's kind of the veteran. They want to play the rookie more as they're not really in the playoff picture. But there's a lot of weapons that the Bucs need to stop. This isn't just a game where they can roll over. They still have to face really good guys.
Very true. And I think the run game, as you brought up, is going to be super important, because we've seen how the Bucs look stopping the run when they have just Vita Vea, when they have just Akeem Hicks, and when they have both. And when they have both of those guys, not shockingly, they do a great job at stopping the run. I mean, the Bucs defense as in a complete unit. I'm not saying specifically Vita Vea and Akeem Hicks, but Vita's not playing, so you only have Akeem Hicks. We've seen the Bucs struggle heavily when they don't have those top 2 guys in there together. It doesn't matter if it's Vita or if it's Akeem Hicks. We've seen teams run through the Bucs like it's nobody's business.
Yeah.
And so I think that is something legitimate that the Bucs can take into next week's home game, whether they're playing the Cowboys or the Eagles. They have to be able to commit to stopping the run and not just relying on the fact that, hey, we got Vita and Akeem Hicks, and they're going to get the job done. So I think that's really important to pay attention to. I want to give a shout out to everyone in the chats. James Thomas says, hope Trask plays. We'll talk about Kyle Trask and the Bucs offense in just a little bit. James with another comment. We can talk about this for a little bit. All these reports, Brady is definitely going to the Raiders, ... I just want to be on the record. There are going to be stories. There are going to be reports. There are going to be rumors from now until kickoff, until training camp of next year, or this year, I guess, of Tom Brady rumored here, Tom Brady rumored there. You're going to hear San Fran. You're going to hear the Raiders. You're going to hear the Bucs. You might even hear Miami. Hell, you might even hear who?
The Panthers.
Panthers, the Saints. You might even hear the freaking Denver Broncos because Sean Payton's there. That's not going to happen. They obviously are tied up with Russell Wilson. I just don't see the fit with Brady to the Raiders, with the exception of Josh McDaniels being the head coach there. I mean, this is a team, while they have a lot of talent, their offensive line, I don't think is great. They have Davante Adams, great wide receiver, but, Josh Jacobs, I know he's going to win the rushing title, or unless Nick Chubb goes off today. But he's in the last year of his deal, and the history shows you don't pay a running back big money. Defensively, they have two awesome edge rushers with Max Crosby and Chandler Jones. But I think above all else, Adam, look at that freaking division that he's playing in if he were to go to the Raiders. I mean,
NFC,
you got to go.
The AFC is just so many young quarterbacks.
Exactly. And in that division specifically, Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, Justin Herbert and the Chargers, and I know the Broncos are a complete mess right now, but if they get if Sean Payton goes there, I think that changes a lot, and maybe he fixes Russell Wilson, and they have a really good defense. The defense has never been the problem for the Denver Broncos. So, and I know Tom Brady's going to say, well, it's about working hard, it's about the competition and the challenge. That's a really, really tough scenario to get into where, I mean, they're walking ass backwards into a division title this year. They are 8-8. Let's not forget, the Bucs aren't all that fantastic, okay? But they are going to the playoffs given that the division that they are in. So I just think I understand the fanfare and the bells and whistles that Vegas brings and why that would be exciting. But I just don't see that. I'm not saying Tom Brady's 100% unequivocally coming back to the Bucs. But if they even win in the first round of the playoffs, I think that's even more of a reason why Tom Brady would come back. He was rocking the creamsicle jersey yesterday. Yep, he posted that. So I don't know. I wouldn't buy. If I were to bet on it, I wouldn't take the Raiders as my first choice.
No, I would say it's 49ers, Tampa, or he retires. Simply. You mentioned the Raiders roster. It's kind of like the Los Angeles Rams. It's very top heavy. Sure, you have the high end talent and a lot of guys. You have Max Crosby, Davante Adams, but unless they bring in a bunch of guys with Brady, kind of like the Bucs did, getting Fournette, AB, and Gronk, their roster isn't competing in that division. They're not competing with the Chargers or the Chiefs, and so they should really look towards rebuilding because for the next 5 years, they're not competing with either of those teams.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I was listening to the Dan Patrick show the other day, and they had Albert Breer on. And he said the Raiders really have to make a decision of, are they going to, not necessarily tank, but are they going to rebuild and do it the right way, or are they just going to go all in? Now, if they decide to go all in, I would imagine that includes Tom Brady, but that's a decision for them. Shout out to Justin with this very nice comment. I know we're going to the playoffs, but thank you, Matt, for an amazing regular season of Pewter Report podcast. They have been incredible. Thank you, Justin. That is awesome to hear. I'm glad you really enjoy it, but I don't really deserve a lot of the credit. I think that goes to Scott and you, Adam, and JC and Bailey Adams and Josh Capo as well. Everyone that's been on the show. Casey as well. Who else would we had on? John Ledyard made a cameo this year. Paul Atwall as well. So it was a team effort, but we try to bring joy. Obviously, the season has been up and down for the Bucs. A lot of roller coasters, some great wins down to the last second, and then you get a crappy 35-7 loss. But we go through it all, and we try to make it fun for everybody. So thank you for saying that, Justin. It means a lot for sure. And shout out Matt. It says Trask going to get 6 snaps, if 9 of them will be runs. Yeah, Adam, let's you know what? Let's talk about the quarterback situation after we hear a message from our friends at Age Rejuvenation.
When I got over 40, all of a sudden I didn't have the same kind of energy that I used to have, and I was sluggish all the time, and I wasn't sleeping right, and I started to have some sweats when I was sleeping and different things that, as I looked into it, I found out could be a lack of testosterone or low testosterone. So I reached out. I've known Brett and everybody here at Age Rejuvenation for a long time, so I knew that they were the right people to help me. They did look at all of my testosterone levels and all of my hormone levels and found that my testosterone was very low. So they put me on the pellets, which I love because there's something about not having to take a shot every week and doing 6 months at a time that really is convenient. My wife certainly noticed the difference, just my energy day to day, how motivated I was when I got up in the morning to just get up and start doing things as opposed to laying around the house and being unmotivated. All of a sudden I was like looking for projects, looking for things to do around. Don't tell her I said that, but looking for things to do around the house.
Look better, feel better, have better sex using Age Rejuvenation. You heard John Gilmore, former Tampa Bay Buccaneer, who was also on the Pewter Tailgate show, which we're on right now. He talks very highly of it. Reynolds talks very highly of it. Scott has lost weight. He feels a lot better. He feels younger. And who doesn't want to feel younger, you know? So check out Age Rejuvenation. They got testosterone therapy, peptide therapy, stem cell therapy, and more. And find out how it can help you. Okay, Adam. Talking about the quarterback situation for this game specifically, not the future for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We know we're getting Tom Brady. We know Kyle Trask is dressing. The injury report, the inactive list came out a little bit before. Not too many surprises outside of Julio Jones not playing. But, you know, he didn't practice until Friday. The Bucs have done this before with him. It's not exactly a shocker. The most surprising really was was Mike Edwards. He had practiced all week. He was limited in practice. Seemed like he was going to be good to go, but he is out. Everyone else, though, Carlton Davis, Logan Ryan, Vita Vea, Donovan Smith, Carl Nassib, we all knew these guys. Todd Bowles ruled them out on Friday, and the injury report came out as well, and we all knew he was going to be out. But that means Kyle Trask is dressing for the second time in his career. Kyle Trask is wearing that Bucs helmet and uniform for a regular season game. I guess I'll start off and just ask you, what's your excitement level to see Kyle Trask today, and how much will we see him? Because I know I'm pretty pumped about it. I just want to find out if the Bucs have a future quarterback on their hands, a future starter, or if they should, start getting the wheels turning for a veteran quarterback or going through the draft again.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Kyle Trask. I think he'll play a lot of the second half, hopefully, and it'll be like the first measurement that we have of him as an NFL quarterback at the next level. And throughout training camp and preseason, he had his share of ups and downs and running like the 2-minute offense in like the preseason games. But in training camp, he looked pretty solid at times. And then also, like throughout the season, you see him out there. He's the first one out there, as Todd Bowles mentioned in his press conference. He's always out there throwing, even if it's just by himself. So to actually be throwing to other people, to be throwing like in an NFL game, it'll be really exciting to see him play.
Yeah, you know, one thing that was interesting, you mentioned Todd Bowles talking about him, was, you know, Bowles kind of went out of his way to go and compliment Kyle Trask. Like, he was asked about Trask, and he could have just said certain things, but he kind of went into detail about how Kyle Trask has not necessarily progressed, but how he's, you know, been a really true professional about this whole thing, and he's working to get better, and there are improvements. And I thought it was pretty telling the way that Todd Bowles really spoke about Kyle Trask. So actually, I'm going to play that video from this week where Todd Bowles talked about potentially addressing Kyle Trask, which became a yes, and just some other stuff. We'll hear from Kyle Trask too.
There might be a situation if
he may dress, he has a good chance of dressing.
How does he handle being, you know, inactive for so long? I mean, obviously, you know, he works and doesn't get rewarded, so to speak, on Sunday. But how is he?
Since he's been here, every time I look out my window, he's out there working on his own. He has the greatest resolve and toughness and inner strength almost than any person I've seen. A young guy coming out, he prepares every day. When his time comes, he's going to be ready because I see him working at it every day. He has inner toughness. He has inner strength, and he has the drive and the will to win. So if you put that together, given the opportunity, I think he's going to take advantage of it.
Now a word from Kyle Trask as well.
You know, I'm just going to keep preparing like I've been, you know, the past 2 years. I think I take a lot of pride in, you know, preparation and knowing the game plan, treating every day as if I'm the starter. You know, if I am going to get the chance to play, maybe watch a little more film just to make sure I'm extra clear on my reads and things like that. But, if I do get the opportunity to go, then I'll be really excited and try to make the most of it.
Nothing you can exchange for live reps, though, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the ultimate experience is live reps. So if I get those will be priceless. Hopefully I'll be able to make the most of it.
Adam, I think in the perfect world, the Bucs come out, and this probably won't happen because Byron Leftwich is their offense coordinator, but the Bucs come out, either go no huddle or just hit the chunk plays that have kind of escaped them with the exception of last week, and immediately go up like 7-0, 10-0, 14-0, something along those lines, where you were there this week. You heard Todd Bowles say, we still got things to work on. You heard Byron Leftwich say that as well. Well, if you go up 14-0 in the first quarter, I think some of the things that the offense needed to work on was fixed relatively early. So you can kind of yank Tom Brady out after the first quarter. I don't think this is going to happen. I'm just saying this would be best case scenario. I don't need to see Blaine Gabbert. I love Blaine Gabbert. We all love Blaine Gabbert. He's a local hero. He is a hero. But we don't need to see Blaine Gabbert. I want to see Blaine Gabbert doing this. I want to see Blaine Gabbert high-fiving his teammates, just being a great guy, because that's what he is. He's a hero. He's a great guy, a great man. But we know what we're going to see from Blaine Gabbert. Give me Kyle Trask. Give me Kyle Trask with Mike Evans, with Chris Godwin, with Russell Gage, with the starting offensive line. Give me that Kyle Trask with those players around him. Then later in the fourth quarter, sure, throw to Devin Tompkins, throw to Scotty Miller. But we have to learn what Tampa Bay has with Kyle Trask, and you're not going to find that out with third and fourth string guys in there.
I agree, definitely. And you mentioned Devin Tompkins. That's a guy I want to see, even if it's the second quarter, the third quarter, I want to see him get a lot of snaps too, because he is an exciting player, and he's also built a big rapport with Trask throughout training camp preseason, as he was one of the guys that Trask was throwing to later in games.
Yeah, Devin Tompkins is a very exciting player. Obviously, is the team's kickoff and punt returner now. We spoke to Keith Armstrong, the special teams coach, on Friday. He had some great, nice words about him, saying that he's done a good job. But yeah, they used him on an end around in one play. He's a speedy receiver. Hasn't gotten as many opportunities as a receiver like Scotty Miller did earlier in the year when other guys were injured. Give me just go speed. They say that speed kills. Have Scotty on one side, Devin Tompkins on the other. And then it really doesn't matter who else you have out there in this world, assuming that there's, Chris Godwin isn't playing at this point. Mike Evans isn't playing. I'm a little surprised they didn't call up Tyler Johnson. We don't need to talk too much about him, but I wanted them to call up Tyler Johnson. Why not? Like, he's not doing anything else. You have an abundance of receivers and some that aren't going to play today, given their circumstance that they're in. Why not go to Tyler Johnson? I don't know. I didn't love that.
Yeah.
Let's get to some comments here. Appreciate everybody that is watching and listening. A lot of conversation about Tom and where he's going to play next year. Mark had a question about, do you have any idea how much Brady has worked with Trask to help him improve? Behind the scenes, I don't know how much Brady has been specifically working with Kyle Trask, because the Bucs are all about the development of Kyle Trask, but they're also about winning games and winning another championship. So they're not going to derail any improvement for Tom Brady or let Tom's number one focus is to win games for the Bucs when he is in the game, watching film, things of that nature. So I'm sure he's helped out Kyle and he's mentored him in ways, but I don't know about any specifically extra work. Now, Tom is always coaching up people on the field, at practice, wide receivers. The quarterbacks obviously communicate all the time. They walk out together. They work out together a lot as well. So I'm sure there are a ton of things that Kyle Trask has picked up from Tom Brady and that Tom Brady's told him about. We just don't really see it up close and personal.
And to your point, it also isn't just Tom. It's Blaine Gabbert and Ryan Griffin to a point too. He has 3 veteran quarterbacks around him, all teaching him different things. And the stuff behind the scenes that we don't see, like in the meeting rooms and stuff like that, I'm sure it's helped out Trask more than we realize.
Oh, no, 100%. There's so many things you can learn just by not even asking. I mean, obviously, if you ask a question, you'll learn stuff, but even just observing people, how they work, how they operate. I've learned it like being in the Bucs media room and working with Scott Reynolds every day. So I definitely think there's a lot of things that Kyle Trask has picked up on. Tom with the comment says, I'm watching Gronk in a Bob Ross segment right now on Fox, and he follows that up with any chances Gronk comes back for the playoffs. No. Gronk is not coming back for the playoffs. Appreciate the question. Not happening. That ship has sailed. Common Sensei said, Gronk going to see where Brady goes this offseason, not coming back this year. It's too late in the game. It's absolutely too late in the game. Clack5 White says, I want to see Scotty, Perryman, and Johnson. I personally don't need to see Rashad Perryman anymore. No. I think the Bucs know what they have in him. He's good for one big play each season. Last year was the game against Buffalo where he scored the game-winning touchdown in overtime. This year it was week 2 when he scored the go-ahead touchdown against the Saints in New Orleans. So shout out Rashad Perryman. Hey, his teammates really like him, though, and there is an importance of being a locker room guy. They always play that dart game in the locker room. That's always a problem with that. So does play a role on this team, just not exactly on the field. Tom says, for the love of God, please, more play action. We've been saying that since week 1. Maybe this week when it doesn't matter the most. Let's talk a little bit more about the rest of the offense. So Leonard Fournette was not listed on that inactives list, but I do get the feeling that we're not going to see too much of Leonard Fournette. I think he'll fall into the Akeem Hicks situation of we can only list so many players as inactive, but you don't have to wear your shoulder pads while you're on the sideline.
Yeah, I think he plays for maybe a series or 2, and then they'll mix in some Rachaad White. I know you mentioned it on Thursday, but he also is dealing with an injury too, kind of holding his arm later in the game.
Yes.
So maybe some Keyshawn Vaughn would be exciting to see, and maybe more end-around plays with wide receivers.
Yeah, show me some like trickery. I mean, they're not going to do trick plays like a flea flicker or something like that because maybe a flea flicker, but not like
we haven't seen it all season.
Yeah, except for the German game with that fiasco. But also, you don't want to put that on tape for your next opponent. We have a super chat from William Butler. Thank you, William, for the $4.99 super chat. And as always, I appreciate the Hasbula photo. After Godwin gets 32 yards, take everybody out, including Tom. So yes, that's a good point, William. Thank you for bringing that up. The fact that Chris Godwin is 32 yards away from 1,000 receiving yards, and I think just 2 catches away from 100 receptions.
Yep.
So that's another little inkling of this game. Not just Chris Godwin. I mean, I don't know the exact specific details of every player's contract, but it is time for incentives. Obviously a lot of those kick in. 2 seasons ago, the Bucs literally ran like Antonio Brown would go in motion and Tom Brady would do a little pop pass to him so he can get those incentives. They did it a lot with Mike Evans. They did it a lot with Rob Gronkowski last season. Incentives was part of the reason why Antonio Brown flipped out on the Bucs because he asked to get his incentive money up front without actually earning it. And then he flipped out for multiple reasons in that game.
He lost like $2 million, I think, from incentives.
Again, which is... Sorry, I just want to say it's idiotic because the Bucs go out of their way to help players with their incentives. So he would have got it one way or another.
It was like 46 receiving yards and a touchdown, I think. It was like $1 million each, something ridiculous. And he's just like, nah, peace out.
Exactly. So with Chris Godwin, I do. I mean, they manufacture touches for him anyway with the screen plays and things of that nature. So I think he will easily get 2 receptions. But how much he plays... Yeah, I think that's a good question. I think they're going to play him a little bit more than just, hey, get your 32 yards and 2 catches and be on your merry way. I think he'll go until at least halftime. It's tough to tell a player like, hey, work hard all week, get your reps in practice, and then you're going to get 15 snaps, and that's about it. Thanks.
Yeah.
So that's what that's how I think the Bucs will go with it. This actually is a good time to talk about Underdog Fantasy, because it's going to be quite interesting looking at the numbers this week, what they will have for players. And of course, Underdog is the easiest way to get some action on the NFL with their Pick'em and Rivals games. You just pick an over-under on your favorite or least favorite player stats, and you can win up to 20 times your money in a single night. Underdog keeps it super simple with their easy-to-use website and mobile apps. You pick between 2 and 5 players to fill out your Pick'em slip. Get every pick right, take home some cold, hard cash. Use promo code Pewter, that's Pewter. Get your first deposit doubled up to $100 by Underdog Fantasy. If you learn from Plant City Math, you know that is a heck of a deal. Use that promo code Pewter, Pewter. Get your first deposit doubled up to $100. You can obviously do it with football, but they have it for a ton of different sports as well. So get in on the action with Underdog Fantasy as I pull up the Underdog app at the moment. Let's get on over to that Bucs game.
I only see the Falcons listed.
Tampa Bay. I only see that too.
They don't want to put the Bucs on there. That Blaine Gabbert hire would be crazy.
All right, I'm going to say, not too many options. Do they have? Let's see what they got for the Rivals. Anything for the Rivals? Nah, nothing with the Bucs.
No.
They, that'll happen from time to time, given, who's going to play, who's not going to play. In the meantime, I don't know what to do. Desmond Ridder, 180 and a half passing yards is so low.
Yeah.
I think I got to take the higher on that. Yeah, so I'm going to go higher than that. What's another good game that's out there today?
Well, I would say Drake London, too. If he's throwing it to somebody, probably be him.
Yeah, you'll probably get Drake London against Jamel Dean. Yeah, we'll go higher with Drake London. Then I'm just going to pick another completely random game. Let's see.
I went with 2 on the DK Metcalf and then Tony Pollard at the 425 games.
That's not a bad one.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Pat Freiermuth was my fantasy tight end this year. He was pretty good. Jalen Hurts is back, and they need to win. I'm going to go over 4.5 receptions for A.J. Brown. I like A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go... the rushing yards is tough for Jalen Hurts because it's he's just coming back from injury. Yeah. I'm going to go higher than the passing yards for Jalen Hurts.
Yeah. Yeah, 241 ain't bad.
Sticking with a lot of birds today. So I'm going Desmond Ridder. I always take the overs for whatever reason. Desmond Ridder higher than 180.5 passing yards. Drake London higher than 42.5 receiving yards. Jalen Hurts higher than 241.5 passing yards. And A.J. Brown to make 5 catches. So those are my picks for Underdog Fantasy. Feel free to ride with or fade. Charlie Abraham says, is Lamar going to play against the Bengals today? I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what... I think Lamar Jackson was ruled out. I'm pretty sure he was ruled out, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, they've already clinched a spot, right?
Yeah, but I think if the Ravens beat the Bengals, it adds another... scenario to the neutral site game and all of that stuff. By the way, again, Damar Hamlin doing much better. He's tweeting now. Awesome to see. So thank God that he's doing all right. Very happy that he is recovering that the way that he is. Tyler said Lamar is out. Tyler, also appreciate all your comments today, man. Please like and subscribe to Pewter Report TV. That is our YouTube channel. trying to get to 10,000 subscribers. We're getting pretty close. We're, I think, under 150 subscribers away. It's absolutely free. Just lets you know when we're going live, when we got this stuff going on. So appreciate Tyler hyping it up all the time. So thank you for that. All right, Adam, we have 6 minutes until the show, until the game starts, where we will have the Pewter GameDay show. We'll be right here. Don't have to change the channel or click on a new link or anything like that. Pewter GameDay show will be on our YouTube channel. Be myself and Adam going live, talking about every single play that goes on in the Bucs game, giving our reactions, analysis to it all. It'll be right here at 1 o'clock when the game kicks off. So since we only have 5 or 6 minutes left, and of course that is presented by Celsius, we will also have a tailgate show and a game day show next week at Walk-Ons. We just don't know exactly when just yet. It is going to be at the Midtown location. And, you know, the rumors are saying Monday night, so it could be Monday, which would be pretty cool. A little prime time action on Monday Night Football. Also, every playoff game in the NFL that's been on Monday Night Football, the winner of that game has went on to win the Super Bowl. So could be a good sign for the Bucs. Well, there's only been one, and it was the Rams last year. So there you go. But anyway, join us for that next week. Join us for the Game Day show coming up in 5 minutes. And since we got 5 minutes to the show, Adam, let's get into some predictions. What do you think is going to happen in this game?
All right, so I think that the Bucs are going to come out kind of like you mentioned. I think they'll build an early lead while Brady's still in the game. Whether it's like, I think it'll be 14-3, then they pull Brady. Now, I think Kyle Trask, he's going to throw his first NFL touchdown pass today as my bold prediction. Yeah,
I like it.
Hopefully to a guy like Devin Tompkins or another backup wide receiver. But I think that the Bucs, they'll come out, the offense will click more and kind of get into more of a rhythm as they did last game. They probably won't put up 30, I'll say 24. And I think the defense will play really well guarding Desmond Ridder, who hasn't really moved the ball too much in the first 3 games that he's played. So I think it'll be 24-16 Bucs.
Okay, cool. Shout out Eater says, I want Walton and Trask to dominate today. And Malcolm says, I think a win is quite important today. It would be 3 wins in a row for the Bucs. I do think there is some legitimacy to that. I've been saying legitimacy a lot this week. Scott wrote about it that, you know, winning this game, it would put the Bucs at 9-8. Like, there's a little more importance to that than having a losing record and winning the division. So I do think the Bucs have that to play for. I was actually very surprised to see that they are a 4-point underdog. I mean, there have been times this year the Bucs were 3-point favorites, and we're like, what the hell? Like, how are they a favorite in this game? Now I'm surprised that they are a 4-point underdog in this one. I actually took the Bucs money line in this game. So also, Josh Capo of PewterReport.com. Everyone in here most likely knows him. He's been on a lot of the pregame shows and the game day shows as well. Josh is at the game today in Atlanta, covering it for PewterReport.com. We are literally 3 minutes to kickoff, and Josh said the stadium isn't even half full. So I don't know. They're showing it on the TV right now. It looks a little bit better than what I imagined. But anyway, my prediction, I believe I had the Bucs winning 31-18. I think once the Bucs build a little bit of a lead, the Falcons are just going to be like, nah, I'm done. I'm ready for the offseason. As we kind of all talked about, they don't really have much to play for. I think the Bucs can learn a lot about their team, whether it's the offense getting on track with the starters for the second game in a row, whether it's Kyle Trask, whether it's, you know, letting Daddy sling it with Blaine Gabbert and he gets to throw it around the schoolyard a little bit. I see the Bucs putting up points in this game for whatever reason. So 31, 2023, they're averaging 30 points per game. Again, one of the highest scoring offenses in the league in 2023. I see certain things working for them again, and also with the Falcons just not really going to be in this game. So I have them winning pretty big as they put the camera on Blaine Gabbert. I also see a big play for the defense, whether it's an Anthony Nelson strip sack again. I see like one big defensive moment coming up. Maybe not a defensive touchdown, but a turnover where they advance the ball at least like 20 yards. So
we haven't really seen that since the Saints game when Mike Edwards said that pick six.
Right.
Like, I think they'll get a big interception return. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, I just think once they get a big lead and you know, Atlanta kind of turtles a little bit, it's going to be curtains for them. The Bucs will actually kind of get it rolling and see some positivity and go into the playoffs feeling pretty good about themselves despite their 9-8 record. But we are a minute from kickoff, so we are going to play that music for the Pewter Game Day show. Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to a brand new edition of the Pewter Game Day show. It is a regular season finale. The show, of course, is presented and energized by Celsius. It is Week 18, Tampa Bay Buccaneers against the Atlanta Falcons. Not much on the line for the Bucs outside of a winning record on the year. They are trying to improve to 9-8. They have clinched the NFC South by beating the Panthers last week. They know their playoff seeding. They cannot move up or down. The Falcons are eliminated from playoff contention, so they don't really have anything to play for. But we can learn a lot about this team, whether they've corrected some mistakes, whether some of their backups will get playing time. So a lot to look forward to in this game. I'm your host, Matera. Joining with me is Adam Slavon of PewterReport.com. Adam, thanks for joining me. We've been talking for the last 45 minutes about this game. We're about to get it rocking and rolling. What are you most excited to see in this game? Any player, any moment?
Yeah, we mentioned it a lot earlier. I'm really excited to see Kyle Trask and as well as him, Devin Tompkins. And then on the defensive side of the ball, I'm excited to see how much Logan Hall plays, how he aligns along the defensive line. And then in the secondary, Jamel Dean, he's healthy. He's out there. And opposite him is Sean Murphy-Bunting. I'm excited to see both of those guys. And if the Bucs can continue their streak on defense of getting takeaways, they come in bunches. So it'll be exciting to see how they do that.
Yeah, I would say Logan Hall is probably at the top of my list for a player that I'm most excited to see. And I'm very excited just to witness like what the rotation is going to be.
Yeah.
When do they pull Tom Brady? Is this it? Is this it? You know, is Blaine coming in? Is Kyle coming in? So I'm excited for that aspect of it. Looks like the Bucs are going to get the ball first. And Adam, we have to sync up our TV. So what are you seeing on your screen right now?
The NFL logo. I might be just a little bit behind you. You got that lightning fast TV. I see Tom Brady.
Yeah, okay. You're a little bit behind. Let me know. So they're going to have the sideline reporter talking. Then they're going to show the graphics for the standings in the NFC, and it's going to show Todd Bowles. Right after they cut away from that, it's going to go to the kickoff. Let me know when they cut away from that.
Okay, I gotcha.
And I'll hit play on this remote here. Appreciate everybody in the chat. For those that are watching, we will be a couple of plays behind. So just fair warning for everybody. You will see the play before we do, but then that's the fun of it. You get to watch the play, and then we will react to it after. So if a good play happens,
we're good.
We're good? Okay, cool. Atlanta kicks it off. Devin Tompkins going to return it. Gets to the 20. All the way out to the 30. A nice return by Devin Tompkins. Nicely done. Tom Brady's already yelling, but positive reinforcement for the Buccaneers. And all right, we know the deal. Stay healthy and work out the issues. And Rachaad White is getting the start at running back for the Bucs. So kind of like, I mean, it's only one play, but as we expect, going to see a lot more of Rachaad White than Leonard Fournette today. We'll see if that's the case. Brady lines up under center. He's got Chris Godwin to his left. Devin Tompkins gets the start
he's
as
out there on the
well.
right.
Very cool. And they run it with Rachaad White. Goes up the middle for about 3 or 4 yards. You saw Cade Otton in motion as well. Remember, he's a better blocker when he's going in motion than stationary up against the defender immediately in front of him. So,
Gedeke's out there as well.
Oh, good observation. I did not notice that right away.
At right tackle.
Okay, so I was going to say this. On Friday's practice, Luke Gedeke was working with the tackles. And I didn't say anything on social media because I didn't want to give anything away that the Bucs were kind of planning. Ooh. But yeah, Gedeke's over at right tackle as Brady fires. Great catch by Chris Godwin. Staying in bounds. I honestly thought initially he was out of bounds, came back in bounds, which would be a penalty. But Chris Godwin gets a big chunk play right there. And yes, he absolutely was in bounds. So he's one catch away from 100.
Looks like he's halfway there. The 32 he needs for 1,000.
Yeah, and he needs 32 yards, so he's very close to that as well. Very nice for the Bucs. Yes, you got Gedeke at right tackle. That's very, very interesting. There's 100 catches for Chris Godwin as he gets the coveted screenplay that we've seen over and over and over. But that is 100 catches for Chris Godwin. Congratulations for praise be to Godwin for all that he went through last season, tearing his ACL, being able to rehab and come back. Got injured, missed a couple games this year, but gets 100 catches on the season and close to 1,000 yards. Probably will get it soon. Very happy to see that. Russell Gage in on this play as well. So it doesn't look like we're going to see too much of Mike Evans. They run it out of White out of shotgun. He gets just enough for the first down. And just to finish on the offensive line, still Robert Hainsey in at center. Still Shaq Mason at right guard. You had Nick Leverett at left guard and Brandon Walton at left tackle. So Bucs going two backup offensive tackles. And you called it, Adam. You're the one that said Gedeke moving him to tackle for this game. So shout out to you.
Yeah, he played there at Central Michigan.
Bucs already in Falcons territory.
Little trickery.
Some trickeration. They get the end around Tompkins all the way up the field, gets the first down and more, breaks a tackle. A great 15-ish yard run by Devin Tompkins. Awesome to see. We've been asking for it. And Adam, everything that you're talking about, the Bucs are doing. So very nice to see.
That was a great misdirection play, too. And then they had the two offensive linemen pull to the right. But getting creative. Like to see it from Mr. Leftwich.
Yeah, Bucs money line. I'm glad I made that pick. Godwin's in the slot. They are going to run some play action. Brady throws over the middle. Incomplete. A little bit high for Godwin. Yeah. Got a hand on it, but nice coverage by Oliver as well. And that was one of those dicey ones where it's like, get rid of it, Tom. Don't get hit. Yeah, he gets taken down, but very slowly. I wouldn't call that a brutal hit by any means. 2nd and 10 for Tampa Bay. And you know what? At least they threw it on first down, too.
Right? Yeah.
Brady and shotgun. Chris Godwin goes in motion. I bet they run it here. Yep, they run it with Rachaad White. Nice blocking up front. About 4 or 5 yards. Set up a 3rd and short. Yeah, I doubt we're going to see Fournette at all today.
No.
And Mike Evans. I doubt we see Mike Evans. There's Byron Leftwich. Let's see what he's going to dial up on 3rd down.
Yeah. Yeah, they show Leonard on the sideline there.
Not even with his helmet on. You would think, yeah, something happens. Brady and shotgun, calling a timeout or a formation. So there's some formations where they go like this. But,
yeah.
Very much so. Calling a timeout. That is the Bucs' first of the game. Appreciate everyone in the comments again. Centauro Greer, Mike Evans not playing. Probably not. He is dressed to play, but again, not necessarily needed for this game since Mike Evans is, he got the 1,000 yards. He has been relatively healthy this year, but with some other players needing incentives or personal accolades, such as Chris Godwin with the plays that he just made. Not a huge necessity for Mike Evans to play. Let him be ready to go for next week when they absolutely will need him. Third and short, unreasonable things. Welcome to the chat. Good to see you back. Third down has always been an issue for the Bucs this season. Brady asking, who are the Bucs sitting this week as Brady throws over the middle? It is caught by Cade Otton. Nicely done. I don't know if he got touched there as well, but good to see Cade Otton make a play. He's obviously struggled, I would say, the last 2 weeks, Adam. I don't know how you feel, but Cade Otton struggled a little bit, definitely on Christmas night and last week as well. So good to see him getting started early this week. That hasn't always been the case for Cade Otton. He's usually Mr. Second Half.
Yeah. I know the game against the Cardinals, he had 2 catches for 12 yards on 7 targets. So getting him involved and him capitalizing on his targets will be huge.
They run it with White on first down. It's not first and goal, but they are close to being inside the 10. Also, to answer the question about the starters who are not playing, you can check out the inactives list over at pewterreport.com. But Carlton Davis, Vita Vea, Donovan Smith, Julio Jones, among a couple others. And then players that are dressed and not playing right now, obviously Tristan Wirfs, Mike Evans we haven't seen on this drive at all, and we have not seen Leonard Fournette. So probably won't see Mike Evans.
Haven't seen Gage at all either.
Gage lined up once or twice. He's to the outside on this one. As Brady rolls to his right.
Oh, yeah.
He's got a man open. Kyle Rudolph. Who had that on your bingo sheet? Kyle Rudolph with his first touchdown catch of the season. That's an opening drive touchdown for the Buccaneers. We have not seen that too much this year. And Kyle Rudolph scores the first touchdown of the game. The odds of that, the gambling odds, and people know that I like to gamble, the numbers on that for Kyle Rudolph first touchdown, those numbers must have been astronomical. But shout out to Kyle Rudolph. Hasn't played that much this season. He's a veteran presence, not getting a lot of time. And he gets a touchdown in the last week of the season. So congrats to Kyle Rudolph. The extra point by Ryan Suckup is good. And the Bucs are up 7-0. Who would have thought?
That's only Rudolph's third catch of the season.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Tyler Belcher says, LFG, Unreasonable Thing says, oh, my God, the dirt. Going back to Byron Leftwich's comment. Actually, we have that. We can just play it right now.
Yeah.
Byron Leftwich saying, a lot of people want to throw dirt on the Bucs, but we're not ready to have dirt thrown on us. Let me see if I can find that video. Byron Leftwich. Yep, here we go. Here's Byron Leftwich talking during the week about quieting the haters.
And you had it.
I think it's been moments where we haven't really been that bad. I think you guys over-exaggerate because we look different. The numbers say we're not that far off. We're awful on third down and red zone. It's disappointing, those 2 things, for us as a team with who we have. But when you really listen to people talk about us, that's emotions talking. That's not really people that's watching us get better every week. For some reason, everybody wants to throw dirt on the Bucs, but we're not ready for people to throw dirt on us.
I just love that clip.
Yeah.
It's the most epic way to walk off a podium.
It really is. And shout out Byron Leftwich. He is he's shutting up the haters right now with that first drive. No Mike Evans, no Tristan Wirfs, no Donovan Smith, no problem. Let's get Jonathan Jurgens says, what is the scoreboard? Must be a glitch. That was a very exciting first drive for the Buccaneers. They came out ready to go. They came out energized. Of course, get energized with Celsius Energy Drinks, the official sponsor of the Pewter GameDay show, the Pewter Tailgate show, and the Pewter Report podcast, which, of course, we will have after the game today. There are a variety of flavors of Celsius energy drinks. You see the Arctic Peach and Tropical vibes right there. They have 7 essential vitamins, 0 sugar or preservatives. It's the healthy version of an energy drink. You can go with so many different flavors, from the Fuji apple pear to the cola to the kiwi guava. So a lot of awesome flavors. The cucumber lime is great as well. If you haven't had a Celsius before and you want to try it out, go to the Celsius store locator, punch in your address, and find out where you can get a Celsius near you at your local convenience store, your bodega. And then, when you know you love it, get it in bulk and go to Amazon, click on the subscribe and save, and have it sent to your house or apartment every 1, 2, or 3 weeks, once a month, whatever it is. Just make sure you're drinking Celsius energy drinks, the official sponsor of the Pewter Report podcast and the Pewter GameDay show. And of course, get the variety pack, because variety is the spice of life. Just make sure you're drinking Celsius energy drinks, the official drink of PewterReport.com. And the Bucs are up 7-0, Adam. What'd you think of that first drive? I mean, obviously scoring a touchdown is great, but just the creativity, the execution, a lot of awesome things to see.
Yeah, especially the Tompkins end around. That was really nice to see. And of note, it was Kyle Rudolph's 50th touchdown catch. So maybe we should have known they were going to target Rudolph a little bit there.
Yeah.
It looked like they tucked the ball away for him. So just a
nice.
great moment for Rudolph. His first touchdown as a Buc. And yeah, great start for the team.
And a great start by the Bucs defense as they go all out on the run and take down Tyler Algier. No surprise, Anthony Nelson is one of the first guys in there. He's been on a great run these last couple of weeks and continues it right now.
Especially that run was to the right side. We mentioned Chris Lindstrom and Caleb McCary are both really good offensive linemen for him.
Yeah. Let's see. Any changes? Nacho's in there. Will Gholston, Akeem Hicks. Ritter's second throw. Good pressure by the Bucs. I couldn't tell who blitzed there, but caused an errant throw. Going to be 3rd and 12 for the Falcons. Lavonte David blitzed, and that let Joe Tryon-Shoyinka get home. So right away, both edge rushers making a quick impact on this game. And a nice shot by JTS on Desmond Ridder as well. This has a blowout written all over. We might get Kyle Trask in the second quarter, Adam.
Ooh, okay. I like it.
Bucs bring the pressure again, and Ridder is sacked by Akeem Hicks.
He's taken down.
That is Akeem Hicks' first sack of the year, of the season.
Ooh.
That is his first sack as a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. So Bucs wasting no time getting after the quarterback, and they force a quick 3-and-out with the 7-0 lead. Oh, man, he almost
way on the edge.
He almost put him in a headlock. Man.
He jumped over him.
Yeah, Joe O'Regan says Hicks is a monster. So that is a quick 3-and-out forced by the Bucs defense. Nicely done right there, as former Buc Bradley Pinion has to punt it away. And Devin Thompson is going to have some room to return. He takes it right up the middle. Ooh, almost got to midfield. Nice tackle by what looks like is probably the long snapper for Atlanta. But nice to see Devin Tompkins move up the middle. Got about 5 yards, but if he broke that one tackle, I'm not saying it would have been a touchdown, but definitely would have been in Falcons territory. Nonetheless, great field position for the Bucs on the second drive. By the way, of course, the Bucs got the ball back because of that sack by Akeem Hicks. That's a sack brought to you by Pirate Republic. They are based out of Nassau, Bahamas. They are in Tampa now for the new year of football season. Check them out at Lucan's Liquors, at Total Wine and More, Party Liquors, ABC Liquors. That's where I get mine. You got the Long John Pilsner in red, the Take No Quarter IPA in green, and the Golden Haze of Piracy Belgian wheat beer in gold. So check out Pirate Republic today and see what you think of it. All right, Pewter people, let us know in the chats. What are you thinking? MJRVI, another consistent commenter on this show, says, Brady coming out? We shall see. We shall see. I think he goes for one more.
Yeah.
Which, 14-0, we've spoken into existence, Adam. We're getting very close to it. Brian Juchik looking ahead, and I appreciate that. Let us know in the comments how you feel about this. Do we want to play Dallas or Philly? Talking about the Buccaneers, obviously. Adam, curious to get your thoughts on that because I've talked about it before on this show, on WDAE as well. Give me your thoughts about who would you rather see the Bucs face in next week's game?
Yeah, in terms of familiarity, we've already beaten Dallas. Granted, it was a season opener and Dak Prescott got hurt, but just already have faced them. I would say Dallas. They can game plan against them a lot better. Now, Philadelphia is an interesting case, though, because Hurts is coming back after being injured. He might not be 100%. And then also, they've kind of gone in a slump to close out the regular season after looking so dominant, being 13-1. So it's an interesting dilemma, but I would definitely say Dallas.
Yeah, we got some mixed reviews. A couple people said Dallas, and then Joel Regan and Eater said Philly. I still would say playing Dallas is a better matchup for the Bucs. I just think the weapons that the Eagles have and Jalen Hurts' ability to scramble, to do the run option of either holding it or giving it to the running back, I think would cause so many problems for the Bucs defense as Tom Brady remains in the game for Tampa Bay. And Rashad Perryman's on the field too, and Leonard Fournette's in the game. So we will see some Lenny as they throw a screen to Lenny, who makes the catch and goes 4 yards. I just see the Bucs really taking advantage of the fact that, Dallas, while they have good skill players, CD Lamb, a really good wide receiver. Their running backs are great, especially Tony Pollard. But we talked about, if you got Vita Vea and Akeem Hicks, that can shut down the run. CD Lamb, I think, he's their top weapon, but none of the other receivers really worry me too much. The Eagles, they got a great 1-2 punch with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. They got a solid tight end and everything I said about Hurts. And as Scott Reynolds pointed out, the Eagles get after the quarterback. Their defense is
I was going to say, actually, their defense more than their offense.
Yeah, exactly. And the Cowboys have a good defense. Micah Parsons obviously is incredible, but you're really only just game planning for Micah Parsons, Diggs, he can be exposed. He's very all or nothing. I can just see Mike Evans dominating against him. If they play Dallas, I'm betting the over on receiving yards for Mike Evans because I just think he can have a great game against Diggs, where the Eagles, it'll be much, much tougher. Brady and shotgun, throwing it down the field, a little too far for Russell Gage. Bucs will go 3-and-out. Paul M. says, I want a Philly cheesesteak. Louis LeBoy says, Brady would go off. Dallas coaching team is emotional and they will fall apart. That's also the other thing that I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting to bring up. The Cowboys, historically, over the last decade or two, choke. They always choke in the playoffs.
And let me start my Mike McCarthy slander, being a Packers fan.
Yes. You grew up in Wisconsin. You grew up a Packers fan, so please have at it.
Yeah, since the Super Bowl in 2011, they didn't do anything for 7 years and just heartbreaking playoff defeat after playoff defeat. And then one of their only wins the Packers had was against Dallas. So now that he's coaching Dallas, I don't see them really getting far in the playoffs.
That was the infamous Aaron Rodgers comeback, right?
Ooh, yeah, where he threw the pass to tight end Jared Cook on the sideline.
Yeah, Mason Crosby hit I think over a 50-yarder or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a good game. I remember watching that one. You know what I remember specifically about that is when the game was done, it was getting pretty big on social media. It was have you seen when they do, it's this sports moment, but it's tuned up to the Titanic song?
Ooh.
So it's Crosby hits the kick, and as it's going through the uprights, it hits the crescendo of the song when she starts singing, the chorus. So I don't know. I specifically remember that about the moment. But yeah, that was a great game. Common Sensei talking about the Cowboys says Rodgers responsible too for playing poor. He plays poor with LaFleur in playoffs too, not just McCarthy. Great point. And
that is a great point. Yeah,
part of a sore subject, you know, and this kind of goes back to Brett Favre as well. You know, people always said, oh, you don't want to go to Lambeau in the playoffs. You don't want to go to Lambeau. And then the Giants did it and beat Brett Favre. The Giants did it again and beat Aaron Rodgers. The Bucs did it in 2020. I know this game was in California, but when the Niners beat the Packers in 2019,
they always
like
beat
that
the
game,
Packers.
that game was a joke. Like they ran, what was it? Jimmy G only threw the ball like 7 times or something like that, 7 or 8 times. So
just a lot of pain.
yeah, sorry, man. Well, at least you got to see them win back in. That was in Dallas, ironically. They beat the Steelers.
Yep.
That was my senior year of high school, so it had to be 2011 they won.
Yep.
Common Sensei with another good point. Yeah, the Colin Kaepernick game as well. So, yeah, when he ran everywhere. All right, back
the
to the
Falcons
Bucs
aren't running everywhere.
No, they have. They haven't gone. I mean, they only had one drive, but yeah, they've only gone backwards.
Yeah.
Also, someone had in the comments before, very nice punt by Jake Camarda. Pinned them inside the 10. Devin White blitzes this time. Atlanta goes play action. Ritter going deep down the field, has a man. That's got to be play. That's got to be. No? All right.
Hey.
I thought that was going to be pass interference. I mean, Jamel Dean like flat out tackled Drake London.
He did.
I thought he got there a little bit early. Obviously, the Bucs will take it. Yeah, I mean, I know.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tough one. And he's not looking back either. Hey, the Bucs will take it. Eater says it's a bang-bang play. Jonathan Jurgens. How is that not pass interference? Second down. They run it with Algier. Devin White right there. Akeem Hicks. Lavonte David. Nicely done. Very short gain. Really? That was 5 yards?
Yeah. Wow.
It looked way shorter than that. Whatever. Third down and 5 for the Bucs. Let's see. Oh, yeah, Algier trying to get to 1,000 rushing yards in the season. Ritter at shotgun. Rolls out to his right. Throws. It's caught by Drake London. SMB misses a tackle, but London gets tripped up. That'll help my underdog fantasy pick.
Yeah, that was a big gain.
Nice pass rush by Akeem Hicks. JTS again. Very close. All right. Unreasonable things. You're being really unreasonable right now. So Ritter just torched the secondary. CD and AJ Brown salivating.
In all caps, they're salivating.
I mean, he caught. Thank you so much. He caught or completed one pass. Let's not overreact here. There is a flag on the play. What do they say?
On the defense.
Yeah.
Did they get it on?
Oh, they got it on SMB.
Oh.
Yeah, that's like one of those rules that they kind of implemented it because quarterbacks would do it a lot when they throw a pick and a defender's like running the other way and you would just dive into the
Mac Jones a couple weeks ago.
Oh, yeah, Mac Jones did that a couple weeks ago. All right, solid drive for Atlanta. Over midfield. Remember, they start at the 10, and Algier with a great run, taken down by Antoine Winfield Jr., but not until a 10 to 15 yard rush. Let's see. They went to the right side.
Yeah. I feel like they'll be doing that a lot this game.
Yeah, Logan Hall got beat pretty badly.
Yeah.
Eater with a good comment there. Yep, you see Keanu Neal in the box. Zion McCollum in the game as well. They run it again. And they run it right to the same side. Algier inside the 10.
Wow.
So back-to-back, 2 great runs by Atlanta.
He's pretty close for the NFL rookie high for a running back. They showed he only needed 39 yards.
Yeah.
And he's pretty close to that if he hasn't passed it already. Yeah, he's at 36.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty solid first quarter.
Yeah.
All right, Ritter in shotgun. Play action to Patterson. Throws way too far. I think he's just trying to get rid of that. I hope for his sake he was.
Yeah. Lucky fan almost caught it, though.
Yeah, I was curious who that was. I mean, obviously they were on the field. Then it went into the stand. So, yes, a fan did probably get it. A little bit different than like, hey, Mike Evans scored a touchdown and gave me the ball. And then like, oh, yeah, the quarterback just overthrew it out of the end zone. And Ritter in shotgun again. He's got a fullback next to him. And Algier in the backfield. Run it right up the middle. Oh, can he get in?
No,
I couldn't tell who made the initial hit that he broke. Let's see. No, I can't tell.
Looks like he almost just kind of tripped and.
Yeah, maybe. 3rd and goal. I would imagine if Atlanta doesn't get it on this play, that they will go for it on 4th and goal because. Like, what do you have to play for?
Yeah.
Ritter and shotgun on 3rd and goal. They run play action. The receiver fell. They were looking for the fullback. Ritter's going to run. Now he's going to toss it, and it's caught. Touchdown, Atlanta. That was kind of a broken play that sort of worked out.
Ritter's first NFL touchdown pass.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you could see immediately on the play action, he was looking for the fullback, but he slips, like, immediately. They're going to show Pruitt, but just ran right into Devin White. And then Keanu Neal fell.
Wow.
That was a comedy of errors on both sides.
I mean, credit to the Falcons, though, for improvising. For Ritter, like, moving around, trying to find something.
Yeah. The extra point is good. So
they moved the ball with ease.
They did. And they didn't even get bailed out with that pass interference.
Yeah.
That makes it a 7-7 ball game. It's all right, Bucs fans. Don't freak out. Usually the Bucs, like, when their defense struggles, I feel like at times they struggle like early and then they get it together. So Brian said, so much for that blowout. Yeah, that's true. RR says Matt jinxed it with the blowout prediction. Yeah, that's my bad. But if you're going to do that, do it in this type of game where it doesn't really hurt them. Again, I wouldn't completely freak out about the defense. It's one drive, you know. What if the 7 points is the only score that they allow this whole game? I would say it's a pretty good performance by the defense.
Yeah.
But yeah, 91 yards, as Christopher points out. Not great. Not great at all.
With it being a tie game, we should continue to see Brady out there the next drive.
Yeah, I think we'll get him for the whole first quarter. Ryan getting mad at me as well. Way to go to jinx it again. Tyler says, oh, I didn't forget them torching Bucs, Steve, but I still hear this defense is elite. It's not. The defense is not elite. I don't think anyone's saying that. The big knock on them was that they didn't get turnovers. They've gotten turnovers recently. But yeah, they're not an elite defense. Come on.
They're above average. but they're not like a menacing unit as a whole.
Let's start with the NFC. But like all the playoff teams, Eagles,
49ers,
Viking. Like I clearly would not put the Bucs defense above the Eagles or the 49ers, but I would put them above the Vikings defense. And then the other playoff teams, the Giants defense has really come up like the last couple of weeks.
The Packers defense.
Yeah. Who would
they
you
win
put?
tonight.
Packers defense or Bucs defense? Who would you take?
I would say they're pretty on par, especially like the game that they played against each other in week 3. Like it was a 14-12 game. Granted, the offenses at that point weren't really clicking, but I would say they're about equal.
Yeah, I would put like the Bucs, Giants, and Vikings. Whoa, Nick Leverett taking snaps. Very interesting. Huh.
Oh, he has a towel. He's ready.
Gattake's now on the... Oh, wait, no, the camera angle's different. Oh, they got John Molshin in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Leverett's at center. John Molshin's at left guard. Keyshawn Vaughn is in the game. Gattake's still at right tackle. Mason's still in the game at right guard. And Walton at left tackle. I am a little confused.
This is like a third quarter move. I don't know if they...
Well, I'm all for putting Molchin in the game.
Yeah.
What I don't get is keeping Brady in. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, hit my mic. Brady throws it to Godwin. Godwin fumbles the ball. Oh, goodness. That's 2 games in a row with the fumble for...
All the Falcons are pointing that way.
Chris Godwin.
We will see.
Not great.
No.
They're still deciding.
Yenna's Falcons.
Yeah, that's Atlanta's football. But was he down? Oh, no, just a peanut punch. 2 weeks in a row, Chris Godwin fell victim to the peanut punch.
Yeah.
Man. That was another scenario. I don't know why I just drank that. That was the water that I had. Much colder with ice. Like last week and this week as well, when Godwin fumbled, it was one of those situations where he had the ball and there was like 4 defenders around him where it's like you kind of know you're about to get hit soon, so hold on to the ball and just get down. And yet again, fumbles it.
Yeah.
Now he's got to keep playing because he can't just end on that note, you know? Like, hey, you got 1,000 yards, but you fumbled on the play. You can't have that. Oh, there was some... Okay, so they said Mike Evans' illness and Robert Hainsey hamstring are out for the remainder of the game. But Mike Evans never played, and they just showed him on the sideline. But Robert Hainsey with an injury, I mean, here come the Ryan Jensen talks. Also, clearly Ryan Jensen is, I mean, they didn't activate him, but like if you were going to play Ryan Jensen, it would be now. Yeah. Oh, man, does this open the door for Ryan Jensen to play in the wild card round? That would be something.
Would be. But when Jensen first got hurt, Leverett took all the snaps at center in like training camp, and he did really well.
Yeah.
And then they decided to move Hainsey.
Yeah, so Leverett, the first time he ever played center was in a preseason game, not this season, but last season. So he's played it before, just not a ton. Ritter in shotgun, looking for a screen. Lavonte David cleans it up. Great job snuffing that out. Oh, man. Nacho got in there obviously a screen. They want the defender to get in there anyway, but Nacho was in the backfield even quicker than the offensive line would have preferred.
Yeah.
Forcing Ritter to get rid of it, probably a second or two quicker than he would have liked to, and Lavonte David was just right there. 3rd and 13. This would be a great job by the Bucs defense if they can get a quick stop after the turnover. Ritter in shotgun. They're going to hand it off. Maybe that's a sign that they're going to go for it on 4th down because they are at the 30. Or I guess they could kick it. Yep. God bless you. $49-yarder for Young Wei Koo.
One of the better kickers in the NFL.
And now you just jinxed him. Oh, no. right down the middle.
It was like I was hoping. Reverse psychology.
Yeah. The kick is good. Atlanta leads 10-7 and takes advantage of the turnover by Chris Godwin.
Well, not the 14-0 start we were expecting.
Nah, not exactly. There's still a couple games left in the football season. I know the regular season is wrapping up, but the Bucs will have at least one more game to go. You might be thinking, oh, what am I going to do in the offseason? You could go bowling over at Pin Chasers. There's multiple locations, as you see on the screen there. Great night out with friends and family. Different deals every single day. Go to pinchasers.net to see what deal works best for you. But they have things like all-you-can-eat pizza, all-you-can bowl, dollar beers. The food's very underrated. They have brunch on the weekends as well. So it's a great time out. If you have a kid and you want to book their birthday party there, it's a great idea because they obviously have the bowling. No duh, it's Pin Chasers. It's a bowling alley. But they also have an arcade room. So the kids can play some video games, they can enjoy the food, and they can go bowling as well. It's also a great spot if you want to do a company outing or an office outing, anything like that. They have a rec room. They have a bar, obviously, with a ton of options for beer, wine, and liquor. So check out Pin Chasers. See what deal they have for you that works best. Pinchasers.net. Check it out. They are showing Chris Godwin on the sideline talking to Tom Brady, saying, "Hey, Tom, I'm sorry, man."
Yeah.
Probably didn't say that exactly, but working on holding on to that ball. Porn Joy said, Brady had a losing season at high school. Full circle. Randy Douglas. So a team as talented as at least half of the Patriots team, probably more, in his first losing season. Yo, it's 10-7 in the first quarter. Anyone want to bet? I'll bet that the Bucs win this game. We can exchange Venmos. But, I mean, can we stop freaking out? It's 10-7 in the first quarter.
Hey, don't throw dirt on them yet.
Don't throw dirt. Great point, Adam. Don't throw dirt on the Bucs yet.
Because they'll pull an Undertaker.
Yeah. Put that hand up right out of the grave.
Yep.
Or come out of the casket, depending on which Undertaker. I mean, he played for 20 years, or wrestled for 20 years, so. $54 seconds to go in the first quarter. Tyler says CG getting lessons on the sideline.
Brady, 3 more passing attempts.
Yes, I was thinking about that as well.
He's 3 for 3 here.
Short run up the middle for Giovanni Bernard. They're getting all the running backs in.
Yeah, that's his first carry of the season, right? Pretty sure.
I don't know what the fake punt gets classified as. Well, I guess maybe just a fumble.
Yeah.
Because he never really had control of the ball. Screen to Chris Godwin, makes the catch, holds on to that football, and gets tackled about a yard or two short.
That should wrap up the first quarter.
Yeah, that's going to do it. 10 seconds. Going to count down. Yep. Zoom in on that ball. Also easier when they're not actually punching at it. So, yep, that'll do it for the first quarter. Bucs are down 10-7, but a long way to go. Let's not freak out just yet, ladies and gentlemen. And in the meantime, let's hear a message from our friends over at Age Rejuvenation.
When I got over 40, all of a sudden I didn't have the same kind of energy that I used to have, and I was sluggish all the time, and I wasn't sleeping right, and I started to have some sweats when I was sleeping and different things that, as I looked into it, I found out could be a lack of testosterone or low testosterone. So I reached out. I've known Brett and everybody here at Age Rejuvenation for a long time, so I knew that they were the right people to help me. They did look at all of my testosterone levels and all of my hormone levels and found that my testosterone was very low. So they put me on the pellets, which I love because there's something about not having to take a shot every week and doing 6 months at a time that really is convenient. My wife certainly noticed the difference, just my energy day to day, how motivated I was when I got up in the morning to just get up and start doing things as opposed to laying around the house and being unmotivated. All of a sudden I was like looking for projects, looking for things to do around. Don't tell her I said that, but looking for things to do around the house.
Look better, feel better, have better sex using Age Rejuvenation. They have a bunch of different therapies, which you can see on the screen right there. Testosterone, peptide, and stem cell. Let it help you. You know, what are you waiting for? Head on over to agerejuvenation.com, see how it can help you. And feel younger and lose weight and have better sex. So a whole trifecta right there. And Chris Godwin officially went over 1,000 receiving yards. So congratulations to Chris Godwin. You know, there was talks this week about Chris Godwin potentially winning Comeback Player of the Year. I think he's a good nominee. But, there's a couple other options, For example, like Saquon Barkley had a really good resurgence, bounce back season.
Geno Smith.
So, and we were talking about this in the Bucs media room. It's very, very interesting how it kind of plays out because there's kind of two routes you can go with Comeback Player of the Year. The first one is just, a guy that was injured last year, missed most of the season, comes back. The other, and it's a little more awkward, but it's just like a guy. Now, Geno Smith's a little bit different because he wasn't the starter. He got to be a starter and got the team to where he did this season for the Seahawks. But there's other guys that just like, hey, you kind of stunk last year, but you played better this time, Brady moving around in the pocket, throws it short. It's caught by Chris Godwin on 3rd and 2. That's a first down for the Bucs as Godwin continues.
He needs 4 more catches.
Oh, for the record.
Yeah, he's at 5 right now.
Yeah, there you go. He's going to get it.
Yeah.
As long as Tom stays healthy. Wow, he just avoided getting it there.
Yeah, I think Geno Smith would probably be the favorite for the Comeback Player of the Year.
I would say so. Again, he had that great comment too. Some people didn't. Some people wrote me off. I didn't write back.
Yeah, it reminds me, usually with the Comeback Player of the Year, it's with injuries and then just like bouncing back and coming back, returning to form. There hasn't really been a player that has been on the bench for like 7-8 years or out of the league The last instance, I was kind of looking it up. It would be Doug Flutie in 1998.
Ah,
he was,
cool. Everyone likes Doug Flutie.
In Canada, I think, for like 7-8 years. He came back and he won it. So kind of similar storyline there.
Keyshawn, was that Keyshawn or Giovanni Bernard? I think that was Keyshawn Vaughn.
I think you're right. Oh, no, it looked like Giovanni Bernard.
Okay.
Had that last game.
I saw the two.
Yeah.
And they both wear like shields on their face mask. Good for Gio. Brady throws, caught by Russell Gage. I think making his first catch of the game. He's had a couple targets. That's a first down for the Bucs.
And that was Brady's 9th completion and 12th passing attempt. He did go 9 for 12, so he did set 2 NFL records on that pass.
Very nice. Just adding to the record books for him.
Yeah. Well, when you open the quarterback record book, it just Brady.
Yeah. And then you go to the playoffs, and it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Pitch to Bernard. Nicely done. Gets 7-8 yards. Hopped over a defender. Letting out a lot of anguish, a lot of anger after, that whole situation.
Yep.
Yeah, Bucs moving the ball. 2nd and 2. They're over midfield. Hey, everything's going to be okay. People can stop freaking out now. They're running with Vaughn. Ooh. I thought he, I thought I saw his ankle twist in a weird way. But he seems to be all right. So 3rd and 1. 3rd and shorts, of course. These have killed the Bucs all season. I don't think we'll see a Tom Brady QB sneak.
Maybe.
In a meaningless regular season.
That's what you want your 45-year-old quarterback doing. Season finale.
This is what Blaine Gabbert should be doing. Another pitch to the outside. Vaughn breaks a tackle, heads up the field, and gets to the 25, maybe even closer. Again, a little creativity on the offense. Byron Leftwich throwing dirt in other people's faces.
Yeah. I like what Vaughn and Bernard have shown on this drive, kind of giving the other guys a break for once.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Lenny barely played. He had that one catch. Yeah, the only guy that's gotten the most playing time is Tom Brady. Oh, my God. Whew. Brady Jarrett just annihilated the Bucs offensive line right there. And again, thank goodness Brady didn't get hit.
This is the Grady Jarrett revenge game after the first time for that late call.
Oh, man. Oh, that's a tough one. He
went covered.
Yeah, he obviously timed the snap count perfectly, and they were pulling John Molson, so Nick Leverett had to get over. Here comes the screenplay. Who do you think it's going to go to?
Ooh. Maybe Godwin.
That's what I would have said, but it goes to your boy, Devin Tompkins.
Ooh, elusive.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to make comparisons just yet, but he has a little Darren Sproles in him, Devin Tompkins, for like the return ability and being kind of like a versatile weapon on offense. Same size kind of guy.
Yeah. You're just saying like an ability, not the way he
just kind of like how
he looks. Because I would say Darren Sproles is like I know they're both short, but Darren Sproles is like stocky, you know?
Yeah, just kind of size and like the way they could be utilized. I see a lot of that for Tompkins.
Yeah. Falcons bring the blitz. Godwin makes the catch. Did he get the first down? Go for it. It's the last game of the season.
Yeah, why not? Ryan Succop needs a team record, though.
Yeah.
Field goals.
The incentives.
Yeah.
Yep, they're going for it. Probably going to run it up the middle with Keyshawn Vaughn. Oh, no, Giovanni Bernard. These twos are throwing me off, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Rachaad White is 29, so he's a 2 as well, but he's got the hair that comes down. He's got the white gloves, so. Or he usually has white gloves, I feel like. And Bucs called their second timeout with 8:46 to go. Yeah. And, yeah. What are we saying in the chats, Pewter people? Eater says, Tompkins just visibly faster than anyone on our offense. Kind of true.
Yeah.
MJ RVI, we didn't run it up the middle. What the F? Riddy, I hope Leftwich saved his money. Dude is done coaching in the NFL. 4th and 1 for Tampa Bay. Giovanni Bernard in the backfield. They pitch it to the outside to Bernard. He's got the running backs pulling. They're going to call holding on Luke Gedeke.
Yeah.
Ooh. I've been impressed. Bad holding, obviously, but I've been impressed with the Bucs linemen pulling. I think that's been the key. That sucks, too, because I feel like Gedeke didn't need to.
No, he would have had it.
Right. Like, if you just get in his way.
You just had to, just push.
Exactly.
Stand in front of him, but.
Like, Bernard wouldn't have gotten, a 10-yard gain, but I think he would have. Definitely gotten enough for the first down. Well, if this is inside 50, it's probably automatic for Ryan Succop.
Yeah.
Where is it from? Show me the graphic. We'll never know. Oh, it's a 41-yarder. He's a perfect 11 for 11 from 40 yards, 40-yard range this year. And this kick is good. Ryan Succop is 12 for 12 on kicks between 40 and 49 yards. And it's a tie ball game once again. 10-10.
Yeah, inside 50, he's been automatic this year. I think half of his misses have been just 50 or greater when they launch him out there for a 55-yarder.
Yeah, so I wrote a story the other day about if it's a concern that Ryan Succop, his lack of range, because he's a very accurate kicker. He can't really kick very well from 50 and over. And in today's NFL, I mean, there are guys that hit from 57 that would be good from 65. So I don't hate the fact that Succop isn't great from 50 and 50 plus, I should say. But I just didn't understand why Todd Bowles and the Bucs continuously put him out there for those kicks that he's not hitting. Yeah. And you look at his stats. His overall field goal percentage, I think it's 83%, but that's because he's 2 of 7 from 50 yards, 50 plus yards. If you take out his 50-yard kicks, he's at 91%, which is obviously really good. He had the one kick blocked and he missed one the first week of the season from 30 something, but he hits everywhere else. He just doesn't hit the 50 plus yarders. So I don't know. Just an interesting debate. Is it Ryan Succop's fault? It's the Bucs' fault for putting him in that type of situation. It's an interesting thing to examine, really.
Yeah.
Comments says Succop not an NFL kicker when he's so poor, 50 plus. Kevin L says sad part is the guy could have whiffed on his block completely and they still would have gotten the first down. Very true, Kevin. That's what we were saying. Oh, that's Kevin again. Christopher Oxentine. Gedeke is going to be a holding machine. A tackle. His footwork is so bad. we'll see where he ends up playing overall in his NFL career. I don't know if it'll be guard. I don't know if it'll be tackle. But again, let's pump the brakes. He's a rookie. It's his first game at tackle. Didn't love what he did there, but let's not completely say he's a bust. Brady says Bucs are one and done in the playoffs. Not if they play the Cowboys.
Yeah. Now, if they beat the Cowboys and the Eagles, they would play like the top seed bracket, like the winner of that game?
Pretty much. So let's just say Eagles win today, they get the number 1 seed. They always go the lowest seed plays the highest seed. So the Bucs would be the 4 seed. So if all of the division winners won their first round wild card game, then the Bucs would play the Eagles in the second round. Mm-hmm. If the Bucs win, and let's just say, I think the Vikings, out of the division winners between the Niners and the Vikings are more likely to get upset in the first round. Then the Bucs would play the 49ers.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. Or if the 49ers somehow got upset, then the Bucs would play the Vikings. But if they both lose, then the Bucs would have a home playoff game against whoever ends up winning and making the playoffs. But more than likely, they're playing the Eagles in the second round. Al Bundy says no, it's based on record after round 1. I don't think that's true. I think
then
they just go.
It should still be the Eagles, right? Because they have the best record.
Yeah.
And then the Bucs have the
I don't know
lowest
how you
record.
can go to record. It's playoffs. It's like you wipe the slate clean. It's the playoffs. You go by the seeding. I'm pretty sure. It's not like like the NBA, you have the brackets set up.
Yeah.
Oh, I did it again. Taking the wrong water. Oh, looks like they got Logan Hall on the edge. Yeah, and they got JTS on the inside. And Devin White and Lavonte are both over the
And Pat O'Connor looks like too.
Pat O'Connor on the edge as well.
Yeah.
They double team Pat O'Connor. JTS just misses him again as Ritter runs and he slides short of the first down. So the Bucs do get the stop. I like this. I like this comment by Louis Lavoie. Wouldn't it be funny if the NFC Championship game would be Packers versus Bucs? That would be funny.
Hey, it could happen. The way the Packers have been playing, if they beat the Lions, I don't think a lot of teams want to play them in the playoffs.
I'm very excited to watch that game tonight.
Yeah, in Lambeau.
Yeah. So the Lions, I know the Packers just have to win to get in. The Lions need the Seahawks to lose today.
Yeah,
right?
They need the Rams to beat them. Which a lot of people are like, yeah, Matthew Stafford should play and help out the Lions.
I think he's like badly injured, right? Like there's no way he's.
Yeah.
That would be kind of funny though. Yeah, I don't know what to make of the 49. I mean, their defense is fantastic. Brock Purdy's been playing really well, but I'm just waiting, not for like the carriage to turn back into a pumpkin, but at some point he's going to like struggle a little bit, you know? Like I don't think he's going to be on this perfect run the whole time. So I'm just curious how, it's like a point counterpoint type of thing. Purdy finally gets punched in the mouth. Like, how does he react? How does he punch back? That's what I would be most curious with the 49ers. Like, what if they go down by 10 points, He hasn't really dealt with too much difficulty, I don't think.
Yeah, and he just has that cushion of being in like a Kyle Shanahan offense. Like, if it doesn't go according to game plan and they start to be down a little bit, like if he's not executing, how will he respond? Kind of to your point. So, yeah.
Yeah, and you want to talk about bad clock management and blowing the leads? I mean, Kyle Shanahan's the best at that.
Yeah.
You know, he's the offensive coordinator for the Falcons in that Super Bowl. Let's remember, they had a lead against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs in 2019 in that Super Bowl. So, Common Sensei is not a big fan of Brock Purdy. People acting like 49ers wasn't stacked before Purdy with a great defense and run game. They are very much stacked, I mean, across the board. Also, that'd be a good storyline. John Lynch facing the team that he played for.
Ooh.
Yeah.
The drama.
The drama. Yeah, MJRVI says, Jimmy was running that offense. The QB doesn't matter.
That's a good point, too, because they had Lance, Garoppolo, now Purdy. It just seems like anyone can kind of execute in that role.
What's really tough to execute, though, is great appetizers and a great happy hour deal. But somehow, some way, Walk-Ons has done it. You may have seen we did the Pewter Tailgate show today from the Walk-Ons in Wesley Chapel. We'll be doing it next week for the playoff game. Just need to know which day it's going to be. That'll be at the Midtown location. But they have awesome food over at Walk-Ons. I was actually there on Friday night. They have great logos of different sports athletes, figures, moments in Tampa Bay. They have an awesome picture from the boat parade when the Bucs won the Super Bowl with Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and Scotty Miller. They do a little pass to Devin Tompkins. Ooh, he got tackled brutally. Anyway, Tompkins pops up and he's okay. You'd be feeling okay if you have some Walk-Ons food. It's Cajun style, but they have all different types of food there for you. Make sure you go on Tuesdays. Their happy hour deals are awesome, but on Tuesday, they have happy hour all day long. Doesn't matter when you show up. You got the happy hour deals. The 22-ounce beers, fried pickles. Their wings are awesome. So check out Walk-Ons. Watch a lot of great sports games there and enjoy a great meal over at Walk-Ons where we do the Pewter Tailgate show.
Now we're closing in on 5 minutes of the second quarter. How much more of Brady do you think? Do you think just the rest of the quarter and that's it?
Let's see how this drive goes. I think if they get points here and Brady leaves with the lead at halftime, he's done playing. If they go 3 and out right here, I think he plays like the first drive of the third quarter.
Yeah.
He's not leaving in a tie. He's leaving with the lead. And then he will scream at Kyle Trask.
Just how much longer does he go behind the offensive line?
Right. Keyshawn Vaughn gets drilled.
Ooh.
And it's 3 and out. Unreasonable things. Update the tracker. I believe that's 2 3 and outs for the Bucs.
Yeah.
That had the makings of being you remember that play? It was when Reggie Bush was with the Saints, and they threw like a screen to him, and that player on the Eagles blew him up.
Ooh.
Yeah, you might have been too young. It
wasn't Brian Dawkins, was it?
It might have been Brian Dawkins. Anyone in the chat, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Jake Camarda's punt goes. Oh, a hit off of Scotty Miller. People are so mad at the Bucs. These guys suck. Bucs suck. I like this, wise or otherwise. No film to break down. Yeah, they're just toying with the opponent. First round exit coming soon for the Bucs. Jonathan Jurgen says, Brady getting the ball out super fast, which I don't blame him playing behind so many second, third stringers. Yeah, I don't blame him either. Which begs the question, why is he still in the game?
Right. He's like 12 of 16 for 84 yards, just really a lot of short passes. Last week we saw him have so much more time in the pocket making deep throws. He's not really doing that, so. Wouldn't hurt to get Trask out there sooner rather than later.
Peter reports, Paul Atwall says in our group chat, if all you're going to do is run and call screens, Brady doesn't need to be in there. I agree.
Yeah.
Let Kyle Trask air it out.
It might just kind of be for optics, though, that the Bucs are still wanting to win this game and like competing. If they put in Trask, then maybe the Falcons get more hungry and take the lead. I don't know how they see it, but
I don't know. Some of this kind of like, well, why are we subjecting Tom Brady to this? Why is
he's
Tom
already
Brady
dealt with so much?
Yeah. Just a reminder to everybody, we will have the Pewter Report podcast, the Pewter Postgame Show. After the game today, don't have an exact time because we don't specifically know when the game is going to end, but we typically like to do it after we hear from Todd Bowles and Tom Brady after the game. So keep that on your radar for when that game comes up.
Is this kind of how you have seen the game going today? 10-10 game?
I thought the Bucs offense would be a little bit better. But I don't think the play calling has really been, like, to Paul Atwall's point, they're just screens and runs.
I think since the first drive when they were really firing, we haven't really seen that.
Yeah. Right. It's like they used the whole playbook that first drive, and then they said, all right, like, let's just make sure we get Chris Godwin the ball.
Yeah, the end arounds, and then the play to Rudolph, just kind of just some different things, and now it's just,
They've been creative with the run game, you know?
Yeah.
To answer your question on reasonable things, based upon the fact that they scored 30 points last week, the fact that they played most of their starters for the most point and had Tom Brady in there, the fact that the Bucs coaching said that they actually legitimately wanted to work on things. The ball is loose. Devin White picks it up. Is that a fumble?
That should be.
Get alive, 45. Is that going to count?
Because he went through the full range of motion.
Hey, I said there's going to be a big defensive play. They didn't advance it 20 yards, but that's a big play.
They wouldn't be doing that celebration on the field for nothing. They all got down and started rowing the boat.
Wait, did Reddit just lose that on his own?
Yeah, it looked like it. It just slipped, yeah.
All right, now there's no pressure on Kyle Trask. Yeah, it's a tough one. I don't mean to be laughing at him. But, I mean, damn. You know, we were saying a couple weeks ago, like, the Bucs have been gifted some of these turnovers. Like, you look at the Cardinals game. I mean, that's a gift.
Yeah.
Brady under center. Let's see a play-action touchdown to Devin Tompkins. Oh, no, Blaine Gabbert's under center.
Ooh.
Oh, and he almost threw it to Devin Tompkins in the end zone. Ladies and gentlemen, Blaine Gabbert is in at quarterback for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and I am already fired up.
Yep.
Daddy's going to sling it. And he came so close. Oh, that would have been perfect. Oh, that would have been perfect.
The velocity on the throw.
Yeah. Came out slinging.
Yeah. No, they show us statistics on the screen. Doesn't speak to who Blaine Gabbert is.
No, it does not. Gabbert on second down, thrown to his right. It's caught by Tompkins. This time breaks a tackle and gets a first down. Nicely done by Devin Tompkins. Yeah, Gabbert's throw is a little high at the moment. As they show first down. Oh, man, the Blaine train. All aboard.
I'll take a ticket.
Yeah. Oh, man, I'm fired up now. I'm like, this is the most excited I've been for the game. Swolmander 22, no Trask. He'll get it in the second half. A handoff up the middle. Unreasonable things. There goes my hero. So to anyone, if you're not already doing so, please follow our Instagram at Pewter Report. The day after Blaine Gabbert saved the family from the helicopter crash, I took a video of him running out to practice, and I dubbed it with "There Goes My Hero" by the Foo Fighters, and it's on our Instagram, our reels, if you want to check that out. But yeah, it's pretty funny, or at least I thought it was.
Yeah.
Second and goal. Gabbert hands it off. Flag on the play. I'm gonna guess it's like an illegal shift or something like that. Yep, illegal shift. Ah, man, I'm so excited. Apparently something happened to John Molchen, too.
Ooh.
Bucs O-line just can't stay healthy, man. Yeah, that if Molchen got hurt, they're definitely like, all right, there's no way we can play Tom.
Yeah. Then they'd probably put in the guy that they brought up from the practice squad.
Yeah. Oh, they're going to go to the 2-minute warning. Oh, man. Let's see what Scott Reynolds is saying. Not too much from Scott. He's just kind of talking about John Molchen. Eater says, playing Gabbert is due diligence. He is our backup and reps are needed. I think it's fine if Gabbert plays pretty much to the end of this half, maybe the first drive of the third quarter. I think that's fine. Get enough of Kyle Trask.
Yeah.
Swolmander, both take here. Tompkins, better than Gage. Greater than Gage.
Be interesting what they do in like the off season. If they were to get rid of Gage, who would be that third receiver?
Right. I mean, they could go through the draft again, but in that case, you're probably picking receiver within the first 2 rounds. And I could just kind of feel like if you're going to draft the receiver, that's going to be your go-to, like number 3. You know, they could go through free agency, but
yeah,
you know, they want a receiver that's going to be around for a while.
I feel like they're better to allocate the resources of like the first and second round picks at different positions.
100%. Whether that's, and we'll have all off season to talk about this, but whether that's
cornerback,
you could say corner, quarter, offensive tackle. I think anywhere on the defensive line, you know,
they need guys.
A bad idea because you have Logan Hall. You have Vita Vea, but like Akeem Hicks, aging veteran. Will Gholston has been in the league for over a decade now. You know, Nacho is a backup guy. I think Nacho will be back next season. But they could definitely get younger on the defensive line. Same thing at edge rusher. Anthony Nelson's a free agent. You know, Shaq Barrett's
the way he's been playing, he might play himself out of Tampa.
Exactly. Shaq Barrett. He's coming off an Achilles injury. That's a very serious injury. JTS.
Carl Nassib's a free agent.
So, and then again, you look at corner. Jamel Dean. What do you do with him? Mike
SMB.
Edwards. What do you do with him? SMB.
Logan Ryan, Keanu Neal.
Yeah, all the safeties. The only one that's like guaranteed is Antonio Field Jr. All right, we're back from the 2-minute warning. Gabbert and shotgun. 2 receivers to his left. Tompkins to his right, throws a screen to Russell Gage, makes the catch, breaks a couple of tackles. They are pushing the The whole team.
Yeah.
They'll set up a 3rd and goal. They still got Shaq Mason in the game. But again, only so many guys can play.
Yeah.
I'd like to see Cam Brate get a touchdown. I think Cam Brate is very close to getting, I think, the Bucs all-time tight ends touchdown record.
Would he pass Giles?
Jimmy Giles, yeah.
Yeah, Giles. With like 31, maybe?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact number. But yeah. Yeah, there's Tristan Wirfs next to Tom Brady.
A little Northeastern accent there.
All right, Gabbert in shotgun, 3rd and goal. Cam Brate goes in motion. Gabbert looking to his left, throws. It's caught. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Russell Gage looks hurt, unfortunately, on the play. That is a touchdown for the Bucs.
He's holding his back.
Blaine Gabbert's first touchdown of the season. And Gage is on the ground. So
that did not look good.
Risk reward, not ideal.
I mean, great catch, though.
Great catch. Gage's been good in the red zone this year. For as bad as the Bucs have been in the red zone, Russell Gage has been finding pay dirt, as they say. But yeah, he looks to be in pain. Immediately grabs his back. Back injuries are a tough one.
Yeah.
The Bucs do take the lead. They're up 16-10 as Russell Gage is on the ground, unfortunately.
Getting up under his own power, though.
Thankfully. All right. Got to update the stats.
Local hero Blaine Gabbert touchdown.
Yes. Okay, I know what I'm going to put.
Gage did catch it against his former team.
Yeah, he did.
All smiles on the sideline. They show Leftwich and Brady dapping it up.
The extra point by Ryan Suckup is good. Bucs lead 17-10 as local hero Blaine Gabbert throws his first touchdown of the season.
I like it.
Oh, actually, I'm wrong with that stat. He saved 4.
Yeah, 4. You gotta up it. What can he do?
Not much. There's not much that he can't do. Riddy looking at the bright side. Well, at least Brady didn't get hurt. Wow, could we see a game where 3 different quarterbacks for the Bucs have a touchdown pass? You know,
can't say
like
that's happened too much. Yeah.
Brady has one. Blaine just got one, and you got to imagine Kyle Trask is going to get a majority of the second half.
So your Jets are tied with the Dolphins.
Yeah,
3-3.
I just saw that. I was laughing. 3-3.
That's to be the most boring game. Flacco versus Thompson.
Yeah, well, Scott Reynolds will be a fan of that. Skylar Thompson.
Yeah, Kansas State.
Played at Kansas State. But yeah, Joe Flacco in. Yeah. I just hope Buffalo beats New England. I don't want to see the Patriots make it.
Yeah, good story for Buffalo, too. I don't know if you saw the kickoff return that Hines had.
I saw the highlight.
I think they'll be playing very fired up today. So
yeah. All right. 1st and 10 for Atlanta with 1:46 to go. You see D. Delaney in the game now. Still Devin White. Did I see Lavonte David?
Still Lavonte, yeah.
Still Lavonte. You got Keanu Neal in at safety. obviously with no Logan Ryan and Mike Edwards. SMB is in the game. So they're not really playing Jamel Dean because you have Zion McCollum in there as well. D. Delaney, nice tackle made there. So you have Bunting and McCollum are the outside corners. D. Delaney is playing in the slot. And then the safeties are Keanu Neal. Antoine Winfield Jr. is in there as well. Devin White blitzes, gets taken down. Nacho got held. D. Delaney, good coverage there. This is a very nice drive by D. Delaney.
They did throw a flag.
Yeah, but Bucs will probably decline. Then we'll get 58 seconds of letting Daddy sling it again. Unless you just throw Kyle Trask in and being like, hey, you got a minute, figure it out.
Which they might do. Never know.
Now, each game we do a most impressive and most disappointing list. This week, obviously, we'll still have the articles out on PewterReport.com. It will be a little bit different, though, because so many players have been in and out. But right now, Adam, I'm curious who you would have on the most impressive list. I think Devin Tompkins has to be on there. Yep. No question.
Blaine Gabbert, for sure.
Gabbert. We'll see how much more he plays. Because if he only has the one drive, it's like, yes, that was impressive, but
maybe the backup, like maybe just offensive line, just being mostly backups.
Yeah.
I mean, besides the one holding play, they haven't been too bad.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that's a good suggestion.
On the defensive side of the ball, maybe Akeem Hicks having that sack.
Akeem Hicks had the sack.
Oh, Kyle Rudolph.
Yeah.
They just showed him. You got to have him on there.
I mean, Devin White had the forced fumble or the fumble recovery.
Anthony Nelson.
Yeah, I was going to say Anthony Nelson and JTS. If JTS ends up with a sack in this game, I think he gets on. We shall see. All right, 50 seconds to go.
And Jake Marta. Don't forget Jake Marta.
Yes. Let's go. Give me something. Let Blaine sling it.
Yeah.
Nope, they're going to run it off. Run it with Keyshawn Vaughn. Yeah, Molson's still in the game, so I don't know what Scott's talking about. He's 75. Brian
20 seconds here. Running it down.
Yeah, they're just closing this out. Yeah, Molson's okay. I don't know. I'm all confused by what Scott said. Vaughn runs it for a first down. That will do it for the first half. The Bucs are up 17-10. Nobody panic. They're up. All right. They've only allowed 10 points. The defenses looked really good. The offense scored their league minimum like they've done in recent weeks. Let me update the banner one more time.
Besides the one Falcons drive where they went 91 yards, their offense really hasn't done too much.
Yeah, they haven't done anything. So, no need for people to freak out. Adam, we're going to give you a little bit of a break. I'm actually going to take a break too because I'm hungry and I want to have some food during this. So, we're going to play a commercial from our friends at Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Tampa. I'm going to eat for a little bit and then I'll be back on talking with the people in the comments. And then Adam will join us for the second half. So see everybody in a little bit. Let's hear from the Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Tampa, Florida.
Just the way you like it. Me and my wife decided we'll have some fun. I was playing a 2-cent machine. 6 bets in, I hit a jackpot. $117,000.
Hi, my name is Tara, and I won over $500,000 playing slot. I do this full time, and I would not change it for the world.
I'm Gloria. I won over $2 million at Seminole Hard Rock Casino. I went and bought a bunch of jewelry.
My name is Mike, and I won over $350,000. I love playing baccarat because it hits different. When you pull in that car and you flip over that 9, beating that 8, can't miss.
I'm Jimmy. I won $500,000 in a slot tournament at Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa. Even a blind squirrel can get a nut sometimes.
My name is Philip, and I won $215,000 on Blazing Sevens.
Put my last $40 on the table.
Next thing you know, bam, $215,000 jackpot. I hit that bad boy.
I didn't realize how much it would change my life.
You only live once. Have fun with it, right?
Anybody can win. It's Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa.
Okay, I am back from having a little halftime meal. Bucs are leading the Atlanta Falcons 17-10 at halftime. Tom Brady had 80-plus passing yards and a touchdown. Blaine Gabbert came in through a touchdown after the Bucs defense created a turnover in which Falcons quarterback Desmond Ridder just flat out lost the ball when he was throwing it. And it was recovered by Devin White, so that was nice to see. Let's get to the comments. The Pewter people, thank you so much to everyone in the chats today. I saw Reddy's comment. Can't put that up on the screen, but I am laughing. Unreasonable things. Jets, Finns, Steelers, Browns, Pats, Bills, all tied. Yeah, that would be a pretty crazy scenario. MJRVI says 1 quarter maybe, but 2 full quarters, hell no. If anything, we lost momentum from last game when we were playing good. I probably missed the context of the sentence there. Ed Gain says Tompkins has been good. Tompkins has been great. He's probably been my favorite offensive player today. MJRVI. We clearly can't take up the first drive touchdown and end it with them reverting to crap. Orem says Brady just wanted to play. NO Sheehan 7. Bucs need this win. They need not lose anymore. They need the momentum. It's not really a meaningless game. I think there's something to be said about that. I just think it's also tough when you see, Russell Gage get injured after making the touchdown catch. Eater 17, pleasantly surprised with Molson. The entire backup offensive line has been doing really solid, so happy with what I've seen there. MG says Brady is at it again. Who is Molchin, offensive lineman? Yes, he is on the offensive line. He's played center before, but he's playing left guard in this game. See what else we got. Ed Gain says, pulling Hainsey says all you need to know about Ryan Jensen. Well, the Bucs didn't activate Ryan Jensen. He has a 3-week window to get activated off of IR to the main roster. So they will have this week to decide that. We'll see what's up with the injury to Robert Hainsey. It's a hamstring injury. For all we know, it was just like a small thing that they just said, hey, we're going to be cautious with it. But that is something to monitor. After the game, we'll find out from Todd Bowles if there's anything going on with that situation. Shaggy says stress-free game. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, you worry about the injuries and things like that, but yeah, relatively it's been stress-free. Jonathan Jergen says, love the extra in the ticker at the bottom. Yeah, just having fun with it. MJRVI says, our bad Matt, LOL. Sensei and I have taken over the chat. No, that's totally fine. I want you guys to have a good conversation. I was having a lunch break real quick, so appreciate you guys keeping the chat going while I was back. And also back is this football game because Jake Camarda just kicked off, which means I'm also going to bring back on Adam Slavon. Adam, good to see you again.
Yeah. Long time no see.
Exactly. And change the ticker again. Third quarter. So outside of Kyle Trask, is there anything you really want to see here in the second half?
Not too much. I mean, we've already kind of seen a lot of Devin Tompkins. Maybe that connection between both of them. And then maybe, like you said, giving Lavonte David and Devin White a break. Maybe putting in.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. And as we say that, they have KJ Britt and JJ Russell in at inside linebacker. So Bucs making a lot of changes there. Still have Joe Tryon-Shoyinka as JJ Russell completely whiffed on tackling Tyler Algier. So not the best start. But hey, I mean, again, that's why these guys are in right now.
What about you? Is there anything else besides that you want to see? Or
yeah, I mean, offensively, the creativity was there. I would like to see them try to go down the field more and stay away from the screens and all that stuff. And I get maybe they're probably doing it because they don't have a ton of confidence in the offensive line. So when you get rid of the ball quickly, you're not going to run into those situations. MJRVI with a good point. Can we see Miller play wide receiver? I'd like to see a little bit more of Scotty Miller. Why not? Nice tackle by Logan Hall. It'll give the Falcons the first down, but Logan Hall was in on the stop there. Curious to see how the secondary. I'm curious if we'll get like Nolan Turner at all. Well, actually, they didn't call him up, so they can't.
yeah, and they didn't because they released him to sign him back to the practice squad, right?
Right. I don't love seeing Antoine Winfield Jr. in there, but I understand you got to do what you got to do.
He's a leading tackler this game, so
yeah. No, I'm excited to see KJ and JJ.
Yeah, well, I like it.
D. Delaney on a blitz thrown over the middle. It's caught by Drake London as I think JJ Russell ran into Anthony Nelson. They're both back in coverage.
With that catch, you should be pretty close to your underdog line there.
Yeah, actually, let me take a look.
See how you're faring on those. Desmond Ridder, he might not hit the passing yards threshold.
The 180. Let's see. Yeah, London hit. Ritter's only on 72 yards, so he's got a ways to go. Bucs send Keanu O'Neal on a blitz. Ridder throws over the middle. It's caught. Tackled by Bunting. And, is SMB on the ground now? Nice play action.
Yeah. That was a big hit.
Yeah,
right. His body into it.
I can't tell if SMB is still down or not. I would imagine he probably still is since they're at they're showing slow-mo replay. No, all right. Never mind. All right. Falcons already at the 20. They pitch it to Tyler Algier. No one in sight.
Another big
first
game
down for Atlanta. And we're learning quickly why KJ Britt and JJ Russell are backups. Yep. I mean, the O-lineman gets right into KJ Britt. First and goal for Atlanta. They run it with Algier. All right, Britt makes a nice stop there. Britt has always been known as a thumper. You know, he can hit pretty hard.
Yeah.
But he's not the quickest.
Yeah, averaging almost 12 yards of play this drive.
Yeah. They put the fullback out wide. Ridder in shotgun. He's going to run the option. He pitches it to Algier. Bobbles the ball. Zion McCollum on cue misses the tackle. And but still a run for a loss. I mean, that could have been an easier tackle for Zion McCollum after Algier fumbled it and slipped, and he still misses the tackle.
Man, if he just makes his tackles, he'd come so far.
Yeah. That's obviously room for improvement for next season for Zion McCollum. All right, 3rd and goal for the Bucs. Big opportunity. You got to stop. Unless Atlanta goes for it on 4th and goal. Which they probably should. Play action. Ritter throws. It's incomplete. Looking for Zacchaeus. Go for it. Well, I guess you don't want to get stuck. I don't think you want to get stuck with a tie either. So you figure like, all right, kick the field goal, and then it's a. Yeah, it's just a bad throw by Ritter. And Atlanta will kick it.
Oh, wow.
Bit of an odd move. But hey, I'm not the coach. Kick by Koo is good. Cuts into the Bucs lead. It's now 17-13.
Is it Trask time?
Exactly. Now we shall find out. Tom Brady's shoulder pads are off. He is officially done for the game. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. $17-13. I think it's going to be Gabbert one more time. And then Trask the rest of the way.
I'm surprised they took out Godwin so early because he was on a good pace for that record.
Yeah, they could have done like the touch pass type of stuff.
Oh, shout out the Chicago Bears. You know who their 2 quarterbacks are today?
No, I don't.
Nathan Peterman and Tim Boyle. If that doesn't inspire confidence.
That's great.
I think it's set, besides the year of the strike, this season the most quarterbacks in the NFL have played.
Really?
I think the number's up to like 65 now with Boyle.
That's an interesting fact. According to Josh Capo, who is at the game, says looks like Blaine will be going back out. So, one more time, they're gonna play Blaine. Oh yeah.
Of all the games right now, Bucs game's the second highest scoring game.
Yeah, one of the highest scoring teams of football in 2023.
Think so?
I know so. Look at the stats, man.
That's right, 30 and New Year's.
Yeah.
Now, next season, do you think they score more points than they have this year per game?
Yes, because they'll have a new offensive coordinator.
I could see Byron Leftwich being a quarterback's coach somewhere, maybe in Jacksonville, where he was a quarterback.
That would be weird because he like almost had the head coaching job and now he's just getting a quarterback's coach. Okay, so those are the man,
the time slots.
Yeah, damn. If the Bucs play on Monday, I'm not exactly gonna hate having a Sunday full of football that we get to watch.
Yeah. Scotty Miller in motion.
Scotty and Blaine Gabbert still in the game. And they run it to Keyshawn Vaughn.
Ooh, and
school.
That new tackle is in school. I wanted to say skull. I thought it'd be cooler.
School-A. I think it actually is it. Yep, no Lenny. Russell Gage still has the shoulder pads on, but again, after the hit that he took, I'd be surprised if he gets in there.
Yeah.
O'Keefe in at tight end. Oh no. Okay. No,
that would have been a nice play by Tompkins.
That would have been sick. Solid coverage there by ATL, the AT aliens. Set up a 3rd and 9. It's interesting. Like, usually the 1 o'clock games are pretty loaded, and then the 4 o'clock, it kind of like, you get 1 or 2. But feels like today, I mean, obviously a lot of it's because of the playoff matchups and everything. But as Blaine Gabbert calls timeout, a lot of good 4 o'clock games today.
Yeah.
Pretty excited about that. And then, of course, the night game.
And yeah, I would say like the 1 o'clock games are actually weaker today because I mean, you have the Bears, you have the Texans playing, you have the Dolphins, Jets. No offense, probably not the most exciting game, but
Blaine took a quick timeout, so that gives us a quick moment to talk about Celsius Energy Drinks, the official sponsor of the Pewter GameDay show and the Pewter Report podcast. It's a great substitute for coffee. Blaine Gabbert himself has actually done that. He drinks Celsius in the morning instead of coffee. So does Scott Reynolds. 7 essential vitamins, 0 sugar or preservatives. It's a healthy version of an energy drink. A variety of flavors. See the Arctic Peach tropical vibe. You can go with the watermelon, classic orange, watermelon berry, peach mango, kiwi guava, watermelon. Also, don't sleep on the peach vibe. I know we always talk about the vibes, but it's got that Miami Vice look to it. And the Miami Heat jersey, as they throw a screen to Keyshawn Vaughn. Looks like he's going to be a yard short. But go to the store locator, punch in your address, find out where you can get one at your local bodega, and then go to Amazon, click on the subscribe and save, have it sent to your house or apartment whenever you want. You can do it weekly, monthly, quarterly, whenever. Just make sure you're drinking Celsius Energy Drinks, the official sponsor of the Pewter Report podcast. Hashtag Celsius Live Fit. Also the official sponsor of the Pewter GameDay show, which we are on right now.
You talk about a slept-on Celsius. The cola one doesn't get no love, and I like that one.
Scott's a huge fan of the cola one.
We never mention it, but it's like cola's there too.
Yeah, I try to bring it. I bring it up from time to time. Jake Kamar's punt goes into the end zone. Funny they're in Atlanta because I think the Coca-Cola factory.
Yeah, the headquarters is there, right?
Yeah. But check out cola flavored Celsius. All right, 3 and out for the Buccaneers. Unreasonable Things, still upset. Oh, look, a punt. Unreasonable Things, tell me this. What makes you happy? Let's start with that. Al Bundy, big fan of the Arctic vibe. Eater says kiwi guava is the best one. Al Bundy says kiwi guava sounds interesting. I will try that one next. Jesse Presto says every time I have a Celsius, my 9-year-old daughter will comment how it looks, how it is the official drink of Pewter Report.
I like it.
That's
awesome.
Extremely nice. Shout out to you, Jesse, and thanks to you and your daughter for being fans of PewterReport.com. Get one at your local bodega.
Bodega.
Matt
the Bodega Matera. I see those comments.
They
crack me up.
I get that from time to time. Yep, Shaggy says Fuji apple pear. That's another good one Scott talks about. Yeah, I kind of just like, I don't know if I was in New York recently at the time or just had it on the mind, but I was like, the first time I said it, I was just like, yeah, like get at your local bodega. I thought that was like kind of a common like thing. And Scott was like, oh my God, like I've never heard of this. And so kind of ran wild after that, but people have fun with it. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Kyle Rudolph is out for the rest of the game, and Keanu Neal is questionable. Rudolph had a knee injury, and Keanu Neal has a hip injury. And in the Dolphins-Jets game, Skylar Thompson is in the medical tent, so I have no idea who's going to play quarterback for the Dolphins.
I think Bridgewater was like the backup just in case.
Oh, gotcha. Just to like hand it off 1,000 times. Yeah, Jets will
Right.
still find a way to lose. I did take them 2.5, plus 2.5 today.
Okay. Flacco's last game as a starter, potentially, in the NFL.
It's crazy that he began the season as the Jets starter, because Zach Wilson was hurt and the aura of Mike White wasn't there yet. Yet. I mean, he was last season. I guess he could have started week 1, but they didn't. Ritter throws over the middle. It's caught by Drake. You sound like go from London. And that's the first down. You probably haven't seen that movie, Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Mm-mm. Sorry.
It's all right.
We'll get there. We'll get there someday. Oh, another guy along the defensive line, Sanat, is in the game.
Yeah.
That's a guy who I wanted to see a lot.
A lot of Sanat.
Yeah.
That's what they say. Not really. All right. Who's on the edge next to Pat O'Connor?
44. Yeah.
Because that used to be Elijah Ponder.
Yeah.
Yes, but he got hurt in the preseason. Right.
Now, it's funny with Odenigbo. I was reading a story this morning. So that after Jeff Saturday took over as a Colts interim head coach, Odenigbo was late to bed, I think, one day. And then he got benched and was a healthy scratch. And that's why they ended up cutting him.
Wow.
So nothing like performance related. It was like a bed check.
Oh, ball's loose.
Ooh.
And it's saying he's down. Well, there's that crazy story. Not crazy, but the Patriots suspended like their punter and like another guy for what? Not exactly sure. But
And then their punter's like, I'm filing a grievance.
Yeah. His agent said all that.
It's not a good look.
No, it is not. The Bucs have a safety, Chesley, in the game. Where they did 37.
Yep, SMB's on the opposite end. That's a nice tackle.
Yeah.
Is that KJ Britt?
I saw OG in there.
OG?
JTS still playing again, out of necessity. Yeah, I agree with it's good to be the Rye. Can we get Antoine Winfield Jr. out, please? I'm with you. I mean, I get it. Like, you can only play so many guys, but
There we go.
Like I think Atlanta was going to try to do a reverse there.
Yeah. That was a good play.
Yeah. Nicely done, JTS.
Playing the outside.
Yes,
well,
he was absolutely going to flip that back. And then I think Drake London might have tried to pass it. How the Jets losing 6-3? What the? 4th and 3 for Atlanta. I thought the tackle went off sides there, or false start.
Isn't that
Ritter running around? Big O had a chance. Wide open. And big hit by Antoine Winfield Jr. Why he's still in the game, I don't know.
I thought that was a hold on JT.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
Not terrible. I mean, you're playing zone.
He was covering the flat, and then he has to pick one or the other.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Winfield is there.
Winfield on the blitz. Always fun when he blitzes. D. Delaney's having a nice game.
Yeah.
I know I said that earlier, but really sound tackling.
I just find like the Atlanta's offense really interesting. The way they always line up. It's kind of like a pistol, like gun formation.
Right. A lot of odd formations. Cordell Patterson, we've not heard his name a lot today. Tackled by J.J. Russell, but enough for the first down. Atlanta dominating this third quarter in terms of time of possession.
Yeah.
Like a long first drive, kick a field goal. Bucs go 3 and out.
It's like, are we going to see any Trask? The whole third quarter we haven't.
Yeah. I think you got to play him in the fourth quarter. Come on.
That's what Atlanta's doing. They're holding the ball so we don't see him.
Yeah, they're purposely doing that so the Bucs don't know if they have their quarterback of the future.
Yeah. That's what division rivals do.
Yeah. First and 10. 3:30 to go in the third quarter. OG with the tackle. And KJ. Get the stop there. Second down. This has got to be 4 down territory at this point.
Yeah.
Or like the rest of the game. Second down run. Pat O'Connor gets the stop with Will Gholston. OG's helmet is on. So, yeah, haven't really seen Anthony Nelson in the third quarter.
No.
He gets the break over Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. Is Todd Bowles making a statement?
Ooh. Maybe he sits him out a quarter and then JTS sits out the final quarter?
Could be. Kind of tough to to get it going again. Atlanta pitches to the outside. Antoine Winfield Jr. still in the game for whatever reason.
He's really the only starter still out there.
Bucs should just go single high.
JTS.
Yeah, him and JTS. They should just go single high safety the rest of the game and play. I guess they really can't play anyone else.
Keanu?
No, he's questionable with the hip injury.
Oh, maybe Chesley?
Oh, my God. The Bills had another kick return touchdown.
Really?
Yeah, that's wild.
Is it 21-14 now?
21-17.
Oh,
Patriots went up 17-14. Drake London.
Okay, no flag.
Yeah, SMB on the coverage. A little hand fighting. That's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, London wasn't even looking for the ball. Can't wait for them to show that replay.
Oh, Algier is at 1,001 rushing yards.
Oh, be great if the Bucs stopped him for a 2-yard line.
Right?
I think that might be why Cordell Patterson's in the game, too.
Could be.
That, and he's a good football player, but yeah.
Yeah.
A little over a minute to go in the third quarter. Seen a lot of the Bucs defense. And no Kyle Trask. Third and goal. Bucs need 2 more stops. Will they get it? JTS.
They do.
Drives up the middle. I mean, Zacchaeus couldn't be more wide open.
Yeah.
Had to be miscommunication there.
Atlanta takes the lead.
They do. 19-17. Go for 2. No one wants to see overtime in this game. They blitzed Antoine Winfield Jr., so that kind of ended it. Go for 2. Damn. All right, Bucs down 3. The question has to be asked again. Who will be in at quarterback? We will find out in just a matter of moments after we hear a message from our friends at Age Rejuvenation.
At Age Rejuvenation, we have a lot of interest about erectile dysfunction in men.
It's not like my sex life was dormant, but you can always improve.
I was having an adverse effect on my marriage and was very happy with the results.
We have various treatment programs available to enhance their physical abilities that can improve blood flow and sensitivity.
The pulse wave has made it so much better.
It's been a significant improvement. The good news was that I heard it from my wife.
Stop waiting. Start doing Age Rejuvenation.
Look better, feel better, have better sex using Age Rejuvenation. John Gilmore speaks highly of it. He used to play for the Bucs. That's pretty cool. He also does the Pewter Tailgate show. That's pretty cool too. Scott Reynolds, he runs PewterReport.com. That's awesome. He uses Age Rejuvenation, and he has talked a lot about how that helps him. That's pretty awesome too. They got testosterone therapy, peptide therapy, stem cell therapy to help you out, lose weight, feel great, have better sex using Age Rejuvenation. One of the co-sponsors of the Pewter Tailgate show.
You sounded pretty rejuvenated there.
I did.
You know what else would be awesome? Kyle Trask.
That would be so awesome. I would have to change the ticker.
Ooh.
I don't know what else I'd put besides Kyle Trask in at QB. I could say my birthday brethren, Kyle Trask. We have the same birthday.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And Scott Smith, the Bucs team writer.
Yeah.
So, there you go. Florida Gators fans would be happy.
I asked Trask about it with Kyle Pitts because Kyle Pitts is out. It would have been cool seeing Pitts in Atlanta and Trask like sharing the field together.
The Kyles hanging out again.
Yeah.
Tyler Algier getting that oxygen.
He needs it. Big day.
Let's see if there's any message from the Pewter Report group chat. Oh, drop my phone. We're good.
Don't fumble.
Yeah, fumbling like Chris Godwin. No word on.
Yes, 8 minutes on the clock is what they did on the last drive.
Yeah, that's wild.
Gabbert is coming out.
Gabbert
probably
again,
to close the third.
As they show the Bills highlight.
Hines again. He had a 96-yarder.
Yeah.
That one was 101.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And I don't want to see the Patriots make the playoffs.
No. Tom Brady plays for us now. So Patriots can't make it. Only the Bucs can.
Yeah. I would like to see the Steelers make it. I don't think they're good at all, but
no.
Who wants to see the Dolphins? I do like Mike McDaniel, the coach, but I don't want to see the Dolphins with their third string quarterback playing.
Yeah. As
second string quarterback, Blaine Gabbert dumps off.
Gio got 8 up there.
Yeah. I mean, what are these like offensive play calls, man?
See the blue 3 on there for DeMar. That's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, everyone saw the T-shirts and stuff. A lot of shirts are worn as you see the Bucs coaching staff there, including Todd Bowles. Yeah, really great to see really everyone coming together in support of Damar Hamlin. And as we said before, so happy that he's doing better. As the Bucs run out second down, Gio Bernard. That'll do it for the third quarter. Bucs down 20-17. But they do have the ball and Blaine. And yeah, we'll see what goes on in the fourth quarter. I'm gonna change the ticker real quick. Got to put those 4s up.
I've seen all the ads for it. The USFL, is that something that you'll be watching in the off season?
That is something I will probably watch the first week and then not watch it again. But never say never.
Yeah.
Is that is the XFL's with The Rock, right?
Yep.
I'll probably
and they
watch
just had their
that.
draft too.
Oh, they did? Okay.
Yeah, like a month and a half maybe.
I love The Rock, so I'll probably give that a little more time out of support for Dwayne Johnson.
What The Rock's cooking.
Yeah, see what's cooking for the millions and millions of fans. Watch it. And if you're not watching the XFL or the USFL, you could be playing another sport. That would be bowling. If you're going to do that, get to the lanes over at Pin Chasers. You see multiple locations on the screen: East Pasco, Zephyr Hills, Midtown, and Veterans. They have one pretty close to the Advent Health Training Center, where the Bucs have their practice facility. The food's underrated. It's a great night out with friends and family. You could book your kid's birthday party there because they have the arcade room, so kids play video games, do some bowling. It's really good to have an office event there, office outing, I should say. And the deals, they're terrific. They are terrific. All you can eat pizza, all you can bowl, dollar beers, brunch on the weekends. Go to pinchasers.net. See what is the best deal for you. They're always coming out with different deals. They have different tournaments, different holiday stuff, events, prizes, everything else in between. So check out pinchasers.net and have a fun time over there. Pinchasers.net. See what deal they have for you. For you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Okay. 3rd and 13 for Blaine and the Gabberts.
Sounds like a rock band.
Yeah. Or when Kyle Trask gets in, Trask and the Traskettes.
Ooh.
Another screen. Devin Tompkins breaks a tackle. Shout out to him. But, I mean, how many screens are they going to have?
To say the least, like the play calling's been anemic.
It's been vanilla. Very vanilla. Just like, not even, you're either so worried about getting players hurt or you just have no faith in your offensive line. Like, come on. You had 2 straight 3-and-outs of, like, crappy screenplays.
Yeah. Run up the middle and then a punt.
Yeah. They might as well do what have you seen The Waterboy?
Oh.
We have to ask this.
I have seen The Waterboy.
Okay. So, in the championship game, when Bobby comes back at halftime and he's playing so well that the other team, they just take a knee every single time. That's essentially what the Bucs should do if they're just going to do stupid like screenplays and stuff like that. Just take a knee. Run the clock a little more.
I do like the Adam Sandler football movies. That one in The Longest Yard?
Yes, yes.
That one's a good one too.
I think if you take Adam Sandler's sports movies and Will Ferrell's sports movies, you can never go wrong. I haven't seen Sandler's new sports movie with where he's like a basketball scout.
Oh, yeah, with the NBA player.
Yeah. But I mean, Happy Gilmore, all-time movie. Waterboy, all-time movie. Longest Yard, great movie. Will Ferrell, you got Semi-Pro.
Yeah.
Awesome movie. Talladega Nights, The Ballad of Ricky Bobby. Awesome movie. Blades of Glory, a great movie. Yeah, so you can't go wrong with a Adam Sandler or Will Ferrell sports movie. You could also, I mean, if you even want to throw in, you probably haven't seen Uncut Gems, but like Kevin Garnett's in it.
Yeah.
I really like Uncut Gems.
Yeah.
That's kind of a sports movie. It's obviously based around sports betting, so there's a lot of sports involved.
I think a championship ring, right? Isn't that like the...
Yeah, he uses that as like
at the pawn shop.
Yes, as like collateral, because he gives KG the necklace thing with the rock on it with the gem. Yeah, good movie. No spoilers though.
No. So the last quarter of the regular season.
Yeah.
What are you looking to see?
The offense actually play. Like they've had what, 2 drives in the second half, and they've been 3 and outs.
Yeah.
Chris, they are early in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, just started.
Yeah. He also says hello. So hello, Chris. Texas boy says the Bucs are garbage. Oh, all right. We got some Cowboys fans in the chat now.
Okay.
Yeah.
They want to get a preview.
Unreasonable things. Matt, have you been watching the season? Yes, I've been watching the season. You would know. You've been on the comments every single time. I appreciate your comments in this, but you're also kind of ridiculous sometimes.
We got to make him reasonably happy.
Yeah. The Bucs could go on a run and win the Super Bowl, and you'd find an issue with something. As Dennis Ritter escapes the pocket, looks like the Bucs are going to get bailed out with a holding penalty. As J.J. Russell makes the tackle and just kind of like Antonio Field Jr. just completely whiffed on it. I agree with Eater's comment here. Need the defense to score to win. I do kind of think that's going to be the case.
Yeah, the offense ain't doing it.
I'm not surprised that they ran the same 3 plays. I'm just disappointed.
Anthony Nelson is back out there.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, maybe they're taking your lead because now there's no JTS.
Yeah.
I wonder if they like rock, paper, scissors, and then
you get the third, I get the fourth.
Right. Well, if I would have won, I would have said, all right, give me the third quarter, and then I'm done for the game.
Right.
I'd rather do that than sit around for the third quarter and then have to get going again. After, like, the adrenaline comes down. Oh, we got a super chat from Teddy. Thanks, Teddy. He says, thoughts on Frank Reich or Jim Caldwell as offensive coordinator next year? There is a very popular show called Part of My Take, and Big Cat, PFT commenter, and Big Cat, even before Part of My Take, he's had this like belief that Jim Caldwell, who used to be the coach of the Lions, was essentially he's just like a dead body, like coaching. He's a human corpse, like coaching a team, because he just doesn't. He just like makes no emotions or reactions or anything. I don't know. So that popped in my head about Jim Caldwell. I wouldn't mind Frank Reich as a offensive coordinator, as a play caller. Ritter fires it down the field. It's caught by Drake London.
Wow.
Nice catch by London.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was a great throw.
Coverage there. Frank Reich, I'm all in. Jim Caldwell, not as much. I respect Jim Caldwell. I hope he gets another like coaching decision. All right, opportunity. But if I'm choosing between those two, I'm down with Frank Reich. Or if the Dolphins are stupid enough to fire Mike McDaniel, I
can't believe those rumors.
I know.
Those are absurd.
I think McDaniel, if he stupidly got fired by the Dolphins, would probably get another head coaching job like this offseason. But if he didn't, I would try to snatch him up as quickly as possible. I'd be like, hey,
McDaniel and Bowles in a press conference like consecutively would be so weird.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be quite odd. Did you see the thing, like, he made a joke the other day and everyone, like, no one laughed or anything. It's like, well, when you lose 7 in a row, you're not, They asked him about Mike Glennon, like, what they liked about him. He's like, yeah, he's got a great name.
Yeah,
like
and nobody laughed, but, like, in the early season, they all would have.
Yeah. I don't blame it. It's like, yeah, try winning a game and then crack the jokes. Ritter looking, throws. First down. Atlanta.
Hey, you actually might hit your underdog. I didn't think you would, but
yeah.
in life.
Well, got to see what the Eagles do, but yeah.
Yeah, I think AJ Brown, he gets 4.5.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game they got to win. Let's see. Ritter is, yeah, he's at 183. Let's go. I hit it. Cordell Patterson up the middle, tackled by D. Delaney, like right at the line of scrimmage. That's interesting. Especially like he was like over center. You don't really see that with a defensive back at the line of scrimmage in the middle, like at center.
Yeah.
There you
now,
go.
question for you.
Yeah, answer.
Who are the NFC South quarterbacks in 2023?
Yeah, I don't think there's a definitive answer for any of them, really. You know,
they just showed out Ritter having his best game. Will he be the starting quarterback next year?
I think Ritter might, but outside of that, I mean, you can't guarantee Tom Brady's going to be back. The Panthers,
the
Saints. I mean, you have Andy Dalton, but again, like you didn't do anything with Andy Dalton this year. So, are you either going to start over or just ride out Andy Dalton? I don't think that's a good idea. You could have a scenario where all four teams have a new starting quarterback to begin next season.
Yeah.
3rd and 6 for ATL. Ritter looking, throws over the middle, caught by Drake. You sound like go from London. It'll be 1st and goal. And this game's not looking great for the Bucs, but could be an opportunity for Kyle Trask.
Yep. Leads them to a 4th quarter comeback.
I can't believe Tom Brady's going to lose to the Falcons. Oh, the humanity.
Drake London up to 120 receiving yards.
Yeah, good game for London.
For London.
Tom Brady's going to have a losing record as a starter. Are you kidding me? It's a sad day. Not really.
Yep.
I mean, who really cares? Cordell Patterson walks into the end zone for a touchdown. And Atlanta extends their lead to 10. Well, they'll have to hit the extra point.
Did not think they'd be putting up 27 in this game.
No. $8:07 to go. So, will we see no huddle? Bailey Adams said most disappointing, like every Bucs backup.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
of
been
the
kind
backups, who's impressed to you?
No one. I mean, D. Delaney, I think, was solid overall. Outside of that, no one really. What we got left? Okay. Let's see everyone freaking out in the comments. What do we got? Would prefer, Shaggy says, would prefer the season to end with the win, but this is textbook meaningless game. I'm with you. Ryan said, Matt, you're on fire with the predictions. Hey, I got my 2 underdog picks right. So, how do you like me now?
You like that?
Brevard Bucs. We better draft all linemen in this draft. All talk, all the time. Says Zy McCollum is a bum. Horn Choi, no pride, no effort shown in this game. It does feel like the Bucs offense just gave up in the second half. Christopher,
it was 10-10 and they were fine, and then they
Christopher Oxentine, Zion McCollum is an NFL player. PR wondering, how are the Bucs not going to get killed by the Cowboys next week? Because their starters will play the whole time. Eater, Common Sensei, talking to Eater, says, can't wait for those screen passes. RR says, at least now we know that our backups on defense are absolute garbage, making Ritter look like an elite QB.
He is having his best game.
Yeah.
As a pro.
Brian says, it's not meaningless. Tell me why, Brian. Only team in playoffs with a losing record. Yeah, but they didn't, try this game. And there's that stat that, teams with losing records that get into the playoffs with, 6-2 in their first game.
Yeah, like the Seahawks, I think, 1 year with Matt Hasselbeck.
That's when they beat they beat New Orleans.
I think so, yeah.
Another rookie QB torching the Bucs.
Yeah, the Bucs. How many rookie quarterbacks have played this year? Because I feel like the Bucs have.
Yeah.
Kenny Pickett.
For October, Kenny Pickett.
Ritter. So that's 3. The only rookie quarterback's Malik Willis.
Yeah, I mean, McSorley had his first career start.
Yeah.
But he's been in the league for 3 seasons. And Kyle Trask is in the game. Ladies and gentlemen.
It is time.
Trask Master Classic.
Ticker time.
Yeah.
Trask to the rescue. Will they open the playbook anymore?
Yeah, Kyle Trask making his first career or playing in his first career NFL game. Second and 6 for Trask. He's got Cam Braid in the game, too. What receivers does he work with? Rashad Perriman, Scotty Miller, Devin Tompkins. Trask's first career throw of the regular season. Oh, is close to getting caught by Devin Tompkins. Trask bumped the ref there. Surprised he's not ejected.
Wouldn't that be
Good
something?
Throw.
Comes
Good
and gets
throw.
ejected.
Going up against Terrell. Trask looking for the flag. Yeah, didn't hate the throw. They actually went down the field. Show me a screen. Atlanta brings the blitz. Trask throws. Not the best throw. Looking for Tompkins. Incomplete. Kyle Trask begins his career 0-2. That's another 3 and out for the Bucs. Have they got all 3 and outs in the second half?
Yeah, pretty sure. I think 3rd time now. But I mean, I would take these reps with a grain of salt. I mean, he's playing with backup offensive line, backup weapons. I mean, Atlanta's still pretty much keeping everybody in.
Yeah, like Terrell, he's going up.
Yeah, Terrell's going up against Tompkins.
Kyle Trask is throwing at an all-pro corner.
Yeah. Just over 7 minutes left.
And I'm just happy they went down the field a little bit. Hey, why don't we shake things up a little bit and play a message from our friends at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Tampa, where you can win a lot of money.
Just the way you like it. Me and my wife decided we'll have some fun. I was playing a 2-cent machine. 6 bets in, I hit a jackpot. $117,000.
Hi, my name is Tara, and I won over $500,000 playing slot. I do this full time, and I would not change it for the world.
I'm Gloria. I won over $2 million at Seminole Hard Rock Casino. I went and bought a bunch of jewelry.
My name is Mike, and I won over $350,000. I love playing baccarat because it hits different. When you pull in that car and you flip over that 9, beating that 8, can't miss.
I'm Jimmy. I won $500,000 in a slot tournament at Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa. Even a blind squirrel can get a nut sometimes.
My name is Philip, and I won $215,000 on Blazing Sevens. Put my last $40 on the table. Next thing you know, bam, $215,000 jackpot. I hit that bad boy.
I didn't realize how much it would change my life.
You only live once. Have fun with it. Right.
Anybody can win at Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa.
Never know when you can win big over the Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Tampa, Florida. Texas boy says, you can tell Brady wanted to win. He knows 8-9 looks bad. He didn't want to leave the field. Common Sensei says, Falcons want to beat Brady for the first time. That's why their starters are still out there. Unreasonable Thing says, opening line, Dallas, Philly, -10. Ooh. I think... I don't think 10. Probably my honest guess, I'm going to say 4.5.
Okay. I was going to say like 5 or 6.5.
Yeah, I was initially thinking 6. I don't think they do a full touchdown. Ritter back to throw, has time, going deep down the field. Nobody home. Good coverage by Sean Murphy Bunting. They also know him as SMB.
And just to tell you how much the Bucs defense has been on the field. So KJ Britt and D. Delaney, JJ Russell rank 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in tackles for the Bucs this game.
That's incredible. They didn't play until the second half.
Yeah, Britt has 7, Delaney has 6, and Russell has 5.
Yeah. That's a bad look.
Yeah. Another big run here by Algiers, man. He's just going.
And adding to his rookie total. Congrats to him, 1,000 yards.
Might be a career high for him in rushing yards. London career high. Ritter's throwing his first 2 touchdowns. I mean,
yeah, it's like Anthony Nelson, Antoine Winfield Jr. are playing, and it's like one of these things are not like the other.
Yeah.
You have J.J. Russell, Logan Hall, KJ Britt, Zion McCollum. Nice job.
Okay. D. Delaney again.
Another.
In the backfield.
Mm-hmm.
How are your Jets doing?
Any
better?
6-6.
Okay.
Randy says, still betting the Bucs win. I made the bet earlier. Nobody took me up on it. Now I would not do that.
Yeah.
But hey, you had your Kelly Clarkson once said, you had your chance, you blew it. Out of sight, out of mind. Yeah. 2nd 11. Ritter has to throw it away. Nice pass rush by Logan Hall. He hasn't had a sack in a while.
No. 2.5 on the year.
We also should point out that Akeem Hicks has Don't. What's the flag? What's the flag? Don't even tell me.
Intentional grounding.
Oh, okay. Good call.
Yeah. So I was kind of thinking because nobody was around. Coaches seemed pretty happy on that one on the sidelines, yelling at the refs. Yeah, he's still in the pocket when he made that throw.
Yeah, there's no one close. Arthur Smith is not happy.
I mean, you're up 10, and bro, he's not having it.
Ooh, Fox going a little press man at the line of scrimmage. Ritter throws the slant. Oh, boy.
They must get all of it back.
Yeah, they're probably going to go for it. No risk it, no. Whatever. It's Atlanta.
No biscuits today.
Yeah. They can't even have Chick-fil-A because it's a Sunday.
Ooh.
I never understood that. I get like they have other events at that stadium, but Chick-fil-A is always closed on Sunday. Why would you put it in a football stadium that predominantly play Sundays?
Right.
Blitz up the middle. Damn. Couldn't get there in time. Ritter completes it to Zacchaeus. And it's a first down. Yeah, I see some people talking about Brady, where he might go next season if he doesn't stay with the Bucs, which I'm not ruling that out. I think there's a pretty good chance he can go back to the Bucs. I could see Tom Brady to the Jets. I really can. I mean, they have everything else set up in place.
Yeah. Get Breece Hall back.
Yeah, they'll have Breece Hall. Their offensive line kind of stinks right now, but that's what the offseason's for. Draft, sign. Brady makes offensive lines better anyway.
His son Jack lives up in New York, right?
His son lives in New York. And
but he's going to the NFC, same division as the Patriots.
Yeah, but he was going to go to the Dolphins last year anyway. So.
Yeah.
Ritter to the outside, incomplete. I don't see him retiring because then it seems like, the fact that is like he's divorced now. I'm sure there's more to it than just like he wanted to play football, but
if he did all that for one season,
you're right. For like one more season, like all for nothing, really. Third and 8 for ATL. Ritter has time, throws off of Zacchaeus. Makes it a fourth down. I guess Atlanta's gonna... I don't know what they're gonna do.
If he comes back for a 24th season, then it's like, why not make it a quarter century? And then he'll be 48, and it's like, why not make it till he's 50?
Yeah.
He could still be a while.
Let me ask you this. I see some people on Twitter in the chat saying things like the Bucs don't want to put stuff on tape for like their next opponent. But I mean, there's 17 other weeks of tape.
Yeah.
Like the kick by Koo is good, 51-yarder. So
how much have they really put on tape? Like the 17 weeks, though, It's like, will they change it up a lot in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Well, one team hit 30 in this game. It wasn't the Bucs.
I predicted the Bucs 31. But nope, they hit their regular quota of 17 and said, nope, we are done.
Yeah, call it.
Pack the bags. That's a season. Is it 30 or 31? 30. I think it's 30.
Yeah.
We also can blame Josh Capo I believe. Actually, no, he was at the game when the Bucs won against the Saints, but before that, they had lost to Tennessee in the preseason. They lost another game that he went to. The Eagles are 16.5-point favorite against the Giants.
Are
I
they?
feel like it's very high.
That is. Yeah, even being in Philadelphia, that's way too much. 2 touchdowns?
Yeah.
Oh, the Colts retook the lead against the Texans. That's for the number 1 spot in the NFL draft.
Yeah. Trask in shotgun, takes a snap, throws it over the middle. It's caught by Scotty Miller, and he scampers for about 7 or 8 yards. That is Kyle Trask's first career completion in the NFL. So congratulations to Kyle Trask.
Yep.
Now he gets to go no huddle. Up tempo, like we've all asked for. Kyle Trask, the future? Question mark. Throws it away without Giovanni Bernard even looking. Could it be a 4th straight 3-and-out for the Bucs offense? A truly remarkable task. Horham Choi asked, did Todd Bowles ever have a winning season as head coach? Yes, his first season as the Jets head coach. They won double-digit. I believe they won 10 games that season. However, it was so competitive. Maybe this is the football gods giving Todd Bowles a break. I'll explain after this play. 3rd and 2. Trask, no idea what the game clock is doing. That's either going to be a timeout or delay of game. It's a timeout, which gives me more time to talk about Todd Bowles. So his first season with the Jets, they had a very good team. Ryan Fitzpatrick, it was the good part of Fitzmagic. They had Brandon Marshall and Eric Decker, a great wide receiver combo, and their defense obviously was pretty solid. And they won 10 games that year, but the final game of the season, because the AFC was so competitive that year, to get the wild card spot, the Bucs had to go 11-5. So they had to beat the Buffalo Bills in the last game of the season in order to make the playoffs. And this was like not your Josh Allen Buffalo Bills. This was a bad, 6-7 win Buffalo Bills team. And the game was very close. It was extremely windy. As Trask throws over the middle, it's caught by Brashad Perryman for a first down. The Bucs keep their drive going. They don't go 3-and-out. They get a first down in the second half. And anyway, it was a very windy game. It was close. Buffalo was up by, I think they were up by 3, but the Jets were at the goal line. So at worst, they could settle for a field goal. As Kyle Trask goes deep down the field, looking for Perryman. It's knocked away by the Falcons defender. And Ryan Fitzpatrick threw an interception in the end zone that pretty much ended the game for the Jets. And it was such a bad pass. It was either double cover or the guy was completely covered. He had no reason throwing it. And it went back to Fitztragic. And the Jets didn't go to the playoffs. And they still haven't been for over a decade. I think this is going to be their 13th straight year not making the playoffs, which if the Sacramento Kings in the NBA make the postseason, the Jets will have the longest playoff drought in North American sports out of the main 4 sports. Trask throws to his right, almost picked off out of bounds, but looking for Scotty Miller on that one. And the Bills take a 35-23 lead over the New England Patriots. So peace out, Patriots.
I mean, the rest of Bowles' tenure as a head coach in New York, that was the most talent he had was that first season.
Yes.
And then from there, how much of it was really on him?
Some of it for sure.
Yeah.
But not all of it. The whole Fitzpatrick thing became a mess because of the contract. Brandon Marshall started to regress as Trask dumps it off to Giovanni Bernard. who breaks a tackle, gets tackled. Should be a 4th and 5. But yeah, the offense is never the same. They never really found a quarterback. The defense, they had a lot of veterans that just never, because they were coming off like the Rex Ryan era.
What year did they do that dance in between plays with like Jamal Adams, Muhammad
Jets
Wilkerson?
dance to everything.
It was in between timeouts. They're all like dancing.
Yeah, that was. I don't think Todd Bowles was there. Yeah. Maybe he was. But yeah, Trask throws incomplete. I think the Jets might have taken the lead. Which makes it hurt even that much more. All they had to do was beat the freaking Seahawks last week. Oh, wait, no. It's 6-6 with 4:39 to go in the fourth quarter.
Oof.
I'm actually glad I didn't have to watch that game.
Yeah, that would have been brutal.
What an awful, awful game.
Oh, JTS is back in there. Makes the TFL with Odenibo.
Yeah, JTS with the TFL.
And
And Logan Woodside from Toledo. Shout out Machin in at quarterback for the Falcons.
Did we see Woodside in the preseason? Was he on the Titans?
The name sounds familiar.
I thought we saw him. Can't be sure when.
Yeah, Jets Dolphins 6-6, Panthers Saints 7-7. No 4:00 games, only 4:25. Usually there's a couple games at 4:05. I like that though.
Yeah. And pretty much all the games are going to be really good.
Yeah. How do you feel about the Packers tonight?
I think we're going to see some vintage Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah?
And they're going to run the table, and then they're going to get in the playoffs.
Who would they
The year
play?
they won.
Would they get the 8th
Lions.
seed?
They would get the 7th seed, and then
Yeah, there is no 8th seed.
yeah. Then
was
they would
thinking-
play.
Oh, so they get the
one
last
right?
seed. So they
Yeah.
would play. Oh my God! I think they would play Minnesota. They could beat Minnesota. They just
Yeah.
smoked Minnesota like a week ago. And then they would play the Bucs. Actually, no, they wouldn't. They would play Philadelphia.
The year they won the Super Bowl, though, they were the 6th seed, and then ended up barely sneaking in, and then
A couple
ended up
teams
winning.
have done that on their runs. Like the Steelers.
Was that the year they beat the Cardinals?
No, I think it was the year that they won. When they had like Jerome Bettis, like back in the day, they beat the Seahawks in Detroit. I think they were a wild card team. They won all 3 games on the road. I know the Giants did that both years that they won the Super Bowl. And yeah, to your point, the Packers as well. The Bucs, I mean, didn't sneak their way into the playoffs, but yeah, they were a team that built momentum, won on the road.
At the right time, yeah.
Let's get to the chats. Let's see what everyone's complaining about. Alex Scott says, delusional Bucs fans trying to judge them by their backups. Shaggy, talking about our conversation, we did it in 2020. That's true. Josh Porter going to be Bucs versus Packers for the NFC Championship. Oh, that would be funny.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back from the 2-minute warning. Falcons run it pretty well on 2nd and 18.
Is Winfield still out there?
He better not be.
That'd be criminal.
Yeah. Oh, Jets, Dolphins going to the 2-minute warning with a 6-6 tie. By the way, if you haven't yet, check out Walk-Ons, an awesome place for food and drinks. We obviously do the Pewter Report tailgate show from there. We'll be at the Midtown location next week for the Bucs playoff game. We'll let you know when we find out what day the Bucs are playing. As Pat O'Connor makes a nice tackle in the backfield. And awesome food, Cajun style, but they have all different types of bar food. I've had prime rib. I've had pasta there. I've had wings, fried pickles. I've had like everything there. Jambalaya. So, yeah, check out Walk-Ons. They have happy hour deals that are fantastic, and they have happy hour deals all day on Tuesday. So get a 22-ounce beer for the price of a regular-sized beer, a couple different apps. Check out Walk-Ons, and check out the Pewter tailgate show that will be going on next week for the Bucs playoff game that they are hosting in Tampa. There are 25 seconds left. That is... There's 23 seconds. I don't know why the clock is stopped. Just end the damn game. It's 30-17.
I don't know. We should have called the timeout. The Bucs should have called the timeout. Let Trask get on the field one more time.
Yeah. Why not?
Had like a minute, maybe.
Brady's like, I can't believe I lost to the can't believe I lost to the Falcons. Leonard Fournette being a good teammate. Helping Devin White. Why is Devin White just taking off his shoulder pads? He didn't play at all in the second half.
Should have done it in the third quarter, but
just dialed into the game, you know?
Oh, now they're coming out instead of punting it.
I respect it.
And they get
it. They get the first.
So that will be it.
Yeah, it's a sad way to end it. Whatever. Falcons beat the Bucs 30-17. Bucs go to 8-9 on the season. But they do win the NFC South. They clinched that last week, so that's why this game was meaningless in the first place. Tom Brady refusing to shake the hands of anybody, just goes straight to the locker room. Kind of respect that move. And that's it. Bucs have a losing season, but they go to the playoffs where everyone's record is 0-0 going into that one. Thank you to everybody in the chat. Love you guys. Appreciate all of you for talking with us during this. Hope you guys had a good time, besides the fact that the Bucs lost. Adam, can't thank you enough for joining the show. We will have the Pewter postgame show in just a little bit after we speak to Tom Brady and Todd Bowles. And they're showing the Jets Dolphins game. But anyway, Adam, thank you for joining the show. For Adam, I'm Matt saying thanks everybody for watching. We'll see you in a little bit for another edition of the Pewter Report podcast, the Pewter GameDay show. Peace out.